Chapter 113. At the top of the lamppost, the young lad stood proudly, looking down at the world. The two strong forces collided, producing an extremely intense explosion. Tang Tian felt as if an earth-shattering force was crashing towards him. In the air, he had no place to borrow strength, and could only bend his arm to protect his vital parts. Everything is over. You idiot who overestimated yourself. His intuition, at an alarming rate, continued to climb. He stared at Tang Tian closely, trying to find out what made him uneasy from Tang Tian's body. Vacuum jolt. The sound of the vacuum balls exploding was not loud, but it was as clear as glass breaking. 5 vacuum balls exploded at the same time. Huo Yanguang's first feeling was not right. He seemed to be reckless, but in reality he was a careful person on the inside. With such a revered status, he was willing to work hard to train, yet he hid his ambitions well. He was not as simple as others thought. Within 5 seconds, 5 killing techniques were used consecutively. The true power in Tang Tian's body was completely depleted. Huo Yanguang was shocked. It was only 2 rank 4 martial techniques. How could it have such an effect? But at the moment, he did not have time to think. Fire Python Kill was powerful, and the fire python formed from the fist flames was ferocious and overbearing. But because of that, if the fist flames were to lose control, the backlash would be extremely terrifying. Tang Tian's cold silver eyes flashed a look of admiration. The fire python formed from the fist flames extended its huge body. Its speed was extremely fast, bringing along a biting, cold, blood-red stench. This fist was Huo Yanguang's killing technique that he had prepared for a long time. At the moment, Tang Tian was in the air and could not borrow strength. It was impossible for him to block this attack. At the same time, a transparent vacuum ball appeared in the shallow pit. Tyrant's angry finger. It was the hand moon blade. His right palm was like a blade, and as fast as lightning, he chopped 3 times. 3 rays of cold moonlight auras, like 3 crescent moons, entered the fire python's mouth. But his mouth revealed a smile. The 3 moonbeams entered the fire python's wide-open mouth, but there was no reaction at all. It was as if they had entered a sea of mud. A short 5 seconds. The fire python was getting closer and closer. The heat wave that came charging at him made Tang Tian's eyebrows and hair curl slightly, but Tang Tian seemed to be indifferent. The places where the 5 vacuum spheres were broken were like 5 vortexes. The strong suction force caused all the flames on the fire python's body to surge towards the 5 vortexes. The true power in Tang Tian's body surged to the maximum. The flames in his eyes seemed to be dyed with a layer of silver frost, emitting a cold qi. The chaos of the fist flames immediately caused the true power to become chaotic. Dong. 10 seconds. Poof. Poof. Tang Tian grabbed the unconscious Huo Yanguang. A rope dangled in front of him. It was a peacock. Tang Tian's eyes were stained with a layer of frosty silver, and his silver pupils were cold. Huo Yanguang's expression changed drastically. Was this guy a fool? For this tyrant's angry finger, Tang Tian had infused the heavenly dragon energy. The power of the 3 moonlight auras was not strong, but the location was extremely clever. The fist flames that were struck actually created a small area of chaos. Tang Tian was like a leaf, forcefully pushed 7 to 8 meters away by the qi wave. The world seemed to have quietened down, and everything around him became clearer and clearer. Tang Tian did not evade at all, his silver pupils staring straight at the snake pupils. The peacock flapped its wings above his head. Tang Tian's armor, not only was it incomplete, its luster had dimmed by a lot. He took a deep breath, grabbed onto the rope, and soared into the air. The true power in his body was like a manic python twisting its body with all its might, causing his meridians to be in intense pain. This guy is dead for sure. The fist flames formed by the release of true power, the threads of true power, gathered the fist flames together, as if it was his own arm and finger. The oppressive explosion was like a heavy drum beating in Hua Yanguang's heart. Not good. The temperature of the fire python kill's fist flames was extremely high. It could melt iron and copper. But what was truly fatal was the twisting force in the fist flames. The vacuum ball formed by the vibration once again shattered, pulling in the air like an angry arrow into the fire python kill. The true power in Hua Yanguang's body, which was already somewhat manic, was completely out of control. Hua Yanguang's meridians were in intense pain. His throat was sweet. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Hua Yanguang firmly locked onto Tang Tian, who was unable to stabilize himself in the air, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. This guy, what is he trying to do? Just when everyone thought that Tang Tian could not escape, Tang Tian suddenly moved. Hua Yanguang suddenly quivered. His face changed. He finally understood why he was feeling uneasy. Tang Tian appeared too calm, without the slightest bit of panic, as if he was not threatened at all. Hua Yanguang's uneasiness in his heart became even stronger. Vacuum jolt against fire python kill. The silver martial spirit flame in his body seemed to have sensed the danger and silently surged. Fire python kill could even kill bears, tigers, and other strong wild beasts. A wretched figure came out from the fire python. Behind him, the fire python had already collapsed into a fireball and loudly exploded. The red light beam immediately exploded, but at this time, Hua Yanguang's smile suddenly froze. It was not vacuum jolt. His vision was quickly occupied by the red fist flames. The surrounding temperature rapidly rose. Tang Tian felt as if he was in a big furnace. The biting, cold-killing intent, like needles, wrapped around him. And in his left hand, a red light beam shot out. The fire python came closer and closer. It opened its bloody mouth, the cold snake eyes staring at Tang Tian. His body suddenly moved. An indescribable feeling filled his entire body. This world, once entangled by the fire python kill, he would definitely die 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. You are indeed very strong, but how can I admit defeat? Suddenly, he noticed Tang Tian's expression and could not help but be startled. If not for Tang Tian's crane body energy and heavenly dragon energy, if not for his armor, Hua Yanguang would have already won with an overwhelming advantage. But Hua Yanguang's heart gave birth to a strong sense of danger. The reason why this rascal could block his fire python kill was because he relied on his strange true power. Tang Tian's movements were as fast as lightning. Without hesitation or thinking, he attacked with both hands. Hua Yanguang cursed in his heart, but when he saw Tang Tian being engulfed by the fist flames, the stone in his heart finally dropped, and his face revealed a look of ecstasy. Tang Tian's counterattack was sharp, but he was too close to the fire python, so close that he had no time to dodge. A dazzling fireball rose from the fire python's mouth, and the fire python's head suddenly shot up from the explosion. Yet another fire python pounced from below with a menacing aura. Knowing that Tang Tian's true power was strange, Hua Yanguang learned from his previous experience. And this time, he specially set up multiple layers of true power blocking Tang Tian's strange true power. Other than the 18 bronze figures, Tang Tian had not been forced into such a difficult situation for a long time. Although Hua Yanguang's true power was also at the 5th level, it was at the higher stage of the 5th level, and Tang Tian had just broken through to the 5th level and was only at the lower stage of the 5th level. In terms of martial techniques, Hua Yanguang was stronger than him. His concussion fist was only at the 4th level, and its killing move power was similar to a fifth-level martial technique. And Huo Yanguang's Fire Python Fist was a fifth-level martial technique, and its killing move, Fire Python Kill, was comparable to a sixth-level martial technique. Damn it! The charred Tang Tian carried Huo Yanguang and stepped onto the top of the lamppost. Under his feet, the fireball suddenly exploded, transforming into countless small flames, like raindrops sprinkling down, floating down. Boom! The red flames reflected Tang Tian's face. They were like magma sticking close to Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian was surrounded by a layer of invisible qi, which was the armor's protection. But the speed of the qi was quickly depleted, and the feathered armor on Tang Tian's body started to crack. His left finger pointed in front of him, and the overlord's angry finger carried a sharp crane energy like a pickaxe. It chiseled a shallow hole in the flames in front of him. 10 times. The fire python's gigantic body froze. The flames enveloped by the qi contained an astonishing strangling power, making him feel as if he was in a strangling swamp and was unable to move. The strangling power was like an invisible rope, continuously entangling Tang Tian's body. The two attacks seemed to be released at the same time, but in reality, there was an extremely short time difference. But the overlord's angry finger was too fast for the eyes to take in. A thunderous roar sounded in his ears. Tang Tian felt his entire body tremble. The world around him suddenly became extremely clear, and every detail could be seen clearly. This sense of danger was so sudden, so inexplicable. Huo Yanguang racked his brains, but could not think of any method that Tang Tian could use to make a comeback. Tang Tian's true power, martial techniques, were all understood by him. Tang Tian had already embedded 5 vacuum balls in the surrounding flames. The moment the qi collided, Tang Tian's throat had a trace of blood, and he could not help but groan. Peacock left. The armor was incomplete. Regardless of power or defense, it was greatly reduced. Looking at the flaming fist fire python that was charging towards him, Tang Tian suddenly grinned. The intense sense of danger made Tang Tian exceptionally focused. His state of mind, in an extremely short period of time, suddenly became calm. So calm that there was not a single ripple, like a silver mirror. Huo Yanguang only felt that the flames from the true power were almost out of control. But the incomplete peacock armor could only provide him with 10 seconds of protection. On Tang Tian's face, there was actually a smile. It was an outstanding composition. But the fire python's body showed an undetectable sluggishness, followed by the overlord's angry finger, one finger pointing at the center of the 3 moonlight symbols. The fire python had already rushed in front of Tang Tian. Such a short distance, Tang Tian did not even have the possibility of dodging. It was unprecedentedly clear. So clear that he could feel the changes in the air around his body. They were in a complicated, seemingly chaotic way, surging and colliding. Tang Tian even had a premonition that in the future, when his strength became stronger, these small, seemingly harmless air currents could all be used by him. The pervasive high temperature and twisting force did not disturb Tang Tian. The enormous and surging fire python's flames became exceptionally clear in his heart. Chapter 114. They were all too familiar with this lamppost. It was actually a small lighthouse planted in the center of the plaza and provided light to the entire plaza at night. Almost at the same time, 3 other long whistles sounded from 3 other directions, echoing from afar. On the lamppost, there were many figures hanging, and every one of them was a famous playboy from the immortal Constellation Mountain. The usually arrogant young masters were now like chickens and ducks waiting to be slaughtered, floating in the air. Unknowingly, in another direction, on top of a roof, a smiling guy stood there. But now they looked at the ropes hanging from the lamppost, and the figures hanging from the ropes. But the power of the blood meridians? Despicable. They were stunned, completely stunned. Sima Xiangshan chuckled. Of course not. But at this stage, Shanghai Qian felt at ease. This feud was set in stone. This scene. Suddenly, a group of people rushed over. It was Uncle Qian leading Shanghai Wei's disciples. This was the first time she saw such a dazzling battle quality in such a young lad. He was at a disadvantage in terms of strength, but he was able to win. This young lad was not simple. That's terrible. A ghostly voice came from another direction. The voice was soft, but everyone could hear it. If she did not see it with her own eyes, she would never believe it. And she knew her brother could not see Tang Tian's silver martial spirit. That meant Tang Tian should have cultivated the silver martial spirit during this period of time. Shanghai Qian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and the group of guards immediately cheered. These four were all famous experts of the immortal Constellation Mountain, and their strength was profound. Just one of them was enough to move people, and now that all four of them were here, that's great. Fundamental Tang is in the limelight. I can't tarnish his reputation as a lively martial man. I want to let Fundamental Tang see how strong a man can be worthy of such a resounding name as the lively martial man. A Maori raised his arms high, his expression excited. A Maori, who had just crawled out, was covered in dirt. He widened his bell-like eyes and glared angrily at his surroundings. He looked indescribably funny. However, no one could laugh. His bull-like body and terrifying impact were too ferocious. It's rare to see our ice beauty so impatient. Sima Xiangshan's voice was like drifting smoke. The others also rushed out without saying a word. Fierce calm, tenacious, it seems to be a fierce battle. The experienced and prudent Liang Qiu looked solemn. It was a martial spirit, a silver martial spirit. Everyone shivered, and their expressions changed. An expert! The guards who had seen hope were now completely dumbfounded. The peacock returned to the armor, and only then did Tang Tian feel a chill from the armor. Tang Tian laughed bitterly in his heart. This time, the peacock would need a period of time to recover. Mingyong, Yendi, Huiyan Shan, Eugene Hong. What are you looking at? If anyone is dishonest, I'll cut their young master's body with a knife. Don't worry, although I have never trained in blade techniques, but my technique is not bad. Young man Tang was not someone who was easy to talk to. Wasn't this guy at the Big Tomb Outer Camp? Why did he come out? You better not provoke him. Liang Qiu warned Sima Xiangshan. Luckily, the loot was plentiful. As expected, everyone's gaze turned to them. All of these gazes were filled with anger. Many of them were ready to make a move. Kong, you could tell that something was amiss. Without batting an eyelid, she said, "Seems like there's more to it than meets the eye." Kong Yu's appearance was beautiful and had a mature charm. She only had light makeup on her face and was dressed in a plain white dress which made her look even more beautiful, like a fairy. A figure flew across the sky like a shooting star and landed on a house. Kong Yu was surprised, but her subordinates were even more surprised. At that time, because of Kong Yulin, they threw Tang Tian to the Big Tomb Outer Camp and did not care about him anymore. No one thought that they would actually see Tang Tian here again. Uncle Qian almost stumbled. "Young Master Tian, are you afraid that others did not notice?" Tang Tian's current appearance was definitely considered battered and exhausted. His entire body was covered in smoke and fire. The luxurious peacock armor had already become unrecognizable. Tang Tian's face darkened. In the battle with Hui Yanguang, his true power was greatly depleted. But Huo Yanguang's light was completely blocked by the young man on the lamppost. Shameless! The people below were even more furious. Who would have thought that this beautiful and dignified beauty was actually the Honorable Martial Alliance branch minister of immortal Constellation Mountain? Their faces were filled with bewilderment. Treacherous villain! Ah, is Fundamental Tang not handsome enough? Amaury opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Why do I feel that he is very handsome? Compared to the lively martial men, he is just a little lacking. The figure directly pierced through the roof, causing the earth to shake. The house suddenly collapsed, and dust filled the air. After a while, a huge figure struggled to climb up from inside. Han Bingning turned his face. "Do you mind?" One of them shouted sternly, "Tang Tian, if you dare to touch a single hair of young master, you are dead." His subordinate quivered and immediately replied, "Yes, the few of them are all from Starwind City." On the roofs of the houses in the distance, one by one, agile figures quickly approached the plaza. "Tang Tian, leave it to us." Too naive. As for the body, it was definitely perfect, slender, and well-proportioned, with perfect proportions, without a trace of excess fat. A blurry green figure, with astonishing speed, was approaching them. Who is this person? Kong Iyu's face flashed a look of surprise as she looked towards the lamppost. Just at this moment, a duck-like howl suddenly appeared in the air. The voice was extremely loud and actually suppressed the 4 long howls. Tang Tian's expression changed as he looked towards the direction of the voice. Deep in her calm eyes, there seemed to be something flickering. This trace of killing intent was quickly suppressed by her, as her attention once again landed on Tang Tian. Suddenly, a long howl came from afar. The qi in the meridians was long. One look, and one could tell that it was a person with profound, true power. Huo Yanguang's strength had already surprised her. At such a young age, he had already reached the 5th level and was able to comprehend the killing technique of a 5th-level martial technique. Huo Yanguang's talent and hard work were extremely outstanding. This fellow, wherever he goes, he always causes a commotion. Liang Qiu looked at Tang Tian, who was on the lamppost, and sighed with admiration. They had personally witnessed how Tang Tian grew from an ultimate retainer to where he was today, and felt even more deeply. 2 bodyguards immediately rushed out from the crowd below. Their faces were slightly pale. Dong. Han Bingning's sword was unsheathed, and the surrounding temperature dropped. In the midst of the commotion, Shanghai Wei and the rest all felt the pressure as they wiped off their cold sweat and took the opportunity to get closer to Tang Tian. But when they panted and ran to the plaza, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Their gazes seemed to be glued to the lamppost and could not be moved away, and their footsteps stopped involuntarily. Amaury's face was like a well-behaved baby as he distanced himself from Han Bingning. Once the Ice Mountain beauty Amaury flared up, even Amaury, who loved to fight, would not be able to avoid it. She would draw her sword without a word, and every strike would be fatal. More importantly, although her temperament was cold, she was unusually unyielding. Once she was angered, she would definitely not rest until one of them died. If you have the ability, then fight with real swords and spears. What kind of hero are you? Tang Tian noticed that Uncle Qian and the rest had rushed over, raised his arm, and shouted, "Over here!" Kong Iyu did not speak. Her gaze landed on Tang Tian on the lamppost and became more interested. To be able to catch her brother's eye and even bring him to immortal Constellation Mountain, this fellow must have something special. She was very clear that her brother, who had just been killed, had a rather good eye for people. "Let's go." Han Bingning's eyes drooped, without any change in expression, her left hand holding onto her sword. She bent down, exerted strength in her legs, and like an arrow leaving the bow, she rushed out. She was equally bewildered. She could see that Tang Tian had just stepped into the 5th level not long ago and was able to cultivate a silver martial spirit at the 5th level. Sima Xiangshan chuckled, but kept his mouth shut. Peacock, wait a minute. You really don't need to care about our branch minister? Sima Xiangshan said faintly, cough cough, whose voice is louder than mine. They're here. Han Bingning's expression was ice cold. Get ready to move. Kong Yu secretly shook her head. Tang Tian's battle tactics were obviously not the same as Onyx Soul's, although they were separated by a distance. Her eyesight was astonishing, and she saw the battle clearly. A lady snorted, and the temperature of the entire square suddenly dropped. Everyone was aghast and turned to look, only to see a lady like an ice mountain, with her eyebrows lowered, holding onto her sword, surrounded by killing intent. Huh, it's a pity you're not handsome enough, Sima Xiangshan faintly added, and his strength was actually so valiant, for figures flew quickly across the rooftops. Liang Qiu's indifferent voice was filled with confidence, his feet on the pointed loft, his body did not move an inch. But when he grinned foolishly, his eyes liked to widen, an indescribable sense of humor. When the subordinates heard this, their mouths became dry. The minister's mind was unpredictable, temperamental. When he looked calm, it was usually the precursor to an explosion. He didn't dare to hide anything and told her everything that had happened. Kong Yu listened quietly. Her expression did not change. The scolding from the square was incessant, but Tang Tian ignored it, bent down, and casually pulled up a rope. The rope was tied to Playboy. He did not know. What exactly is going on? Thinking of her brother. A trace of killing intent flashed past her eyes. She will definitely find the murderer who killed her brother. Shangguan Qian swallowed his saliva with difficulty. It was not that he had not seen the world before. When Miss was around, her thunderous methods often made him gasp in surprise. But now, compared to Tang Tian, he suddenly felt that, compared to young Master Tian, Mrs. Methods were much gentler. The crowd instantly scolded. All of them wanted to tear Tang Tian alive. But Tang Tian's move was indeed effective. No one dared to touch Uncle Qian, and the rest. You think he's handsome. That's enough to prove the problem. Sima Xiangshan faintly added. Everyone was stunned. Voila! Tang Tian's complacent voice could be heard clearly in the square. The situation was not good. The subordinates lowered their heads, not daring to breathe loudly, cold sweat dripping down. But what shocked her even more was the unfamiliar young man who defeated Huo Yanguang. After all, she had been stationed at Immortal Constellation Mountain for many years and knew a thing or two about the youths of Immortal Constellation Mountain. Another person shouted loudly, Tang Tian, what conditions do you have? State them. Don't fall into a hopeless situation. Suddenly, she saw a Maori and the rest, thought of something, and asked, You said he came with a Maori, and the rest? Wahahaha, you guys are right. Tang Tian put his hands on his waist and laughed to the sky. Humph. The guards below all wanted to go forward, but were afraid that Tang Tian would take the opportunity to harm their own young master. Tang Tian was extremely pleased, but thinking about how this bunch of people actually dared to point fingers at him and Chia, Tang Tian's face darkened. The group of guards suddenly narrowed their eyes. Another expert. Tang Tian was indeed not handsome, with short hair and thick eyebrows. His face still had the tenderness of a young man, but there were already distinct edges. His eyes were not big, not concealing his unruliness. When he squinted his eyes, it gave people a feeling of fierceness. Kong Yu's beautiful face revealed a trace of a playful smile. You guys think by joining hands you can force me to bow down? Chapter 115. Repeating the threatening words just now, Hong Jun was not much better than young Master Wang. His face was pale white, and immediately pointed out the accomplice who summoned him. His wild physique, his whole body bulging with muscles, was full of impact. Even looking at him from afar, he could feel that a Maori's body contained a strong power. And his gaze landed on the blade in a Maori's hand. The blade was old and shabby. Compared to a Maori's bull-like figure, it was very inconspicuous. Yun Di actually lost the courage to step forward. Yun Di was shocked. The speed of the sword was not fast, but the temperature was extremely cold. The sword aura had not reached his body. Between his eyebrows, there was already a layer of frost. The surrounding air was bone-piercing cold. Tang Tian could not be bothered with the people below. He turned his face and asked Sheng Wanwei, "Who is Hong Jun?" Other than a Maori, the one who had the biggest improvement was her. The young lady in front of him had a beautiful appearance. Her temperament was cold, as though she was not tainted by the mortal world. Furthermore, her coldness and Xie Shanghai's coldness looked similar, but in actual fact, they were very different. Yun Di had seen countless women. His eyes were sharp. Xie Shanghai's coldness had a deep sense of pride. It was just that she hid it very well. But the lady in front of him was pure coldness. Ming Yong's background was not ordinary. He was knowledgeable. With one look, he could tell the broken blade in a Maori's hand was a star treasure. Under the shock, he activated his true power. The long sword in his hand welcomed the silver sword aura that Han Bingning had thrust it out. Young Master Wang's face revealed a look of hesitation. Ming Yong took a deep breath, took a step forward, and punched out. In Star Wind City, although Han Bingning was also an expert, his ranking was lower than Sima Xiangshan's. But now, Han Bingning's strength surpassed Sima Xiangshan's. The Misty Cloud Sword was the sword technique that Yun Di was most proficient in. The highest level that it could be cultivated to was the 7th level. Yun Di had cultivated it to the 5th level, making him outstanding amongst the disciples of the Yun family. The sword intent of this technique was faintly discernible, ethereal to the extreme, and it used the void to break the real. Furthermore, the style of the Misty Cloud Sword was elegant and at ease. Yun Di was already handsome to begin with, so the two complemented each other, earning him the title of Misty Cloud Prince. One by one, they were dragged up, slapped awake, threatened, and testified against. Suddenly, he felt like he was in an icy plain, the cold wind whistling. The guards, who originally thought that they were about to make a comeback, suddenly discovered that the 4 experts were all blocked. A ray of silver sword gleam pierced towards Yun Di like an ice snake. This blockhead, who the hell is he? So strong. The guards below gradually quietened down. They could also see the clues. But today he met his nemesis. When Tang Tian heard this, he broke into a smile. The two sword lights collided. Tang Tian's gaze, which harbored ill intentions, swept across young Master Wang's body. A Maori roared out in anger. The blade lights were concentrated like rain. Pa, pa, pa. A faint mist appeared on the blade of his sword. The sword intent was faintly discernible and ethereal. The guards in the plaza, upon witnessing this scene, were so shocked that they could not speak. Ming Yong was Jun Akiko's younger brother, but his martial techniques were extremely famous in Immortal Constellation Mountain. No one would have thought that he would actually be suppressed by a blockhead. An incomparably cold chill came from the sword hilt. His palms were almost numb. He lowered his head to look. The mist on the blade had actually all turned into tiny ice particles and fell from the blade. Aoi Yuzawa was awoken by a few slaps and looked at the grinning Tang Tian, as well as the pairs of eyes that wanted to tear him into pieces. Yun Di only felt that the surrounding air had suddenly dropped a few degrees and could not help but shiver. A tall person who was hiding in the dark was a little surprised. Honorable Martial Alliance newcomers? Their abilities are quite good, and they are also young. They will have a bright future. With another big stride, the blade light was like a river, and it struck head-on. It was a very simple movement, but it gave people a feeling of extreme comfort. Oh, Tang Tian nodded his head and casually pulled this young Master Wang over, pa, a few slaps, and immediately the unconscious young Master Wang woke up. The Hongjun guards' faces changed, and they raised their voices. Young Master Wang, our young master, and you are like brothers. You cannot falsely accuse our young master. However, Amari was a little impatient. Hey, if you don't want to go, then I will. The golden transparent fist mark, without any fancy moves, collided with Amari's yellow blade light. The mustached man stared at the scene. So the plan has failed. Attack. A tall person glanced at him. Do you want us to publicly become enemies with the Honorable Martial Alliance now? This set of water sword technique was specially made for women to practice, and it was quite powerful. The most important thing was that it was very compatible with Han Bingning's character, and her progress was very fast when she practiced. Liang Qiu and Sima Xiangshan also made great progress. Liang Qiu's fighting style was more stable and mature, and there was not a trace of flaw. Sima Xiangshan's fighting style was completely opposite, and he was extremely gloomy, like a ghost, and unpredictable. I am only afraid that Tang Tian will not wait until the arrival of Master. The mustached man smiled bitterly. Ming Yong retreated again and again. A tall person also revealed a bitter smile. We can only hope that Master will arrive soon. Tang Tian was not too surprised at Amari's improvement. Housefly Cow was extremely talented, and his body was unparalleled. In addition to his hard work and the great teacher's inheritance, it was very normal for him to have such strong abilities. Very quickly, all the clues pointed to one person, the last person who was unconscious. The guards below were in a commotion. They recognized this person. Ming Yong's expression changed. Amari's blade did not have many changes, but it was extremely wild. The blade light seemed to be scattered, but in reality, it was condensed and did not dissipate. Truly a peerless beauty. Han Bingning's expression suddenly turned cold. Her left hand slid down the blade, and her right hand touched the hilt. Unknowingly, there was a layer of frost under her feet. The two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Young Master Wang's face revealed a look of shame. The lake in her heart quietly reflected the figure of the young man standing at the top of the lamppost. When she realized it, she was shocked. Why would she have such a thought? Tang Tian indeed did not have the intention to continue wasting his time. He stretched out his body and shouted, "Shangguan Wei, come up." Shangguan Wei was startled. He immediately climbed up the lamppost and very quickly reached Tang Tian's side. "Son-in-law, I can finally let you see my improvement." Ming Yong looked at Amari in front of him. His expression was solemn. But what really surprised Tang Tian was Han Bingning. And this guy's strength was really great. Young Master Wang's face turned white again. He blurted out, "Hongjun called me." He took a step forward. His aura changed. His beard and hair stood up in anger. His manic state was revealed. He bellowed and slashed towards Ming Yong. The mustachioed man frowned. "Should we make a move?" Shangguan Wei's face turned green. His eyes were about to spit fire. "It's Aoi Yuzawa from House Yu. Take my knife. Take my knife. Take my knife." Was Amari practicing the Wild Earth knife? It was really powerful. Tang Tian could feel that Mo Li's seemingly wild and messy blade intent was condensed into one, and its power was strong. Even he had to be alert when facing Amari's knife. Young Master Wang. Shangguan Wei was a little confused, but he was very familiar with these people. "Tang Tian, My house, Wang, will not coexist with you. Young Master Wang's guards were inexplicably sad and angry. They roared but did not dare to step forward. Young Master Wang, who was still in a daze, suddenly shivered. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He said incoherently, "No, no, no. This is just a misunderstanding. A small misunderstanding. I'm only laughed out loud. Hey, take another strike from me." Yundi was shocked and afraid. Han Bingning in front of him was still like an ice mountain. The expression on her face did not change at all. Her eyes were lowered. She did not look charming at all. Han Bingning spat out 2 words, her lowered eyebrows suddenly revealing a cold intent. That knife was a secret treasure. Ming Yong retreated again. Tang Tian said coldly, "You only have one chance. If you point wrongly, I will cut off the finger you pointed at." Tang Tian smiled happily. Everyone was working hard. Tang Tian asked Shanghai Wei, "Who is he?" "Damn it. Very good." Tang Tian nodded his head solemnly. "I also feel that this is a misunderstanding. Then I will give you a chance. Tell me, who brought you here?" The yellow knife aura expanded and engulfed everything. All of a sudden, he felt like he was a lamb that had been washed clean and shaved, thrown into a pack of wolves that were so hungry that their eyes were green with greed. "Take my knife again." He did not come with good intentions, and his eyes were lowered. The way he stood with the sword in his hand, his heroic spirit had a tinge of gentleness. He actually felt his mouth was dry. At this time, Shanghai Wei already understood Tang Tian's thoughts. He was excited. Yundi's face changed. He retreated without hesitation. "Master will be here soon." A tall person said, "Let's not complicate matters. Immortal Constellation Mountain's movements are all planned by Master. Let's leave everything to Master." "I have yet to ask for Mrs. Name." Yundi's eyes flashed with surprise. Shanghai Wei seemed to have awoken from a dream. He immediately pulled Hong Jun up from the air. A few slaps woke Hong Jun up. Han Bingning did not seem to hear anything. She did not even bat an eyelid. Tang Tian casually pulled a playboy up. "Who is this guy?" Han Bingning also trained in water element sword techniques. But it was no longer the rain bell. Instead, it was the glacier plain. Everyone looked at Aoi Yuzawa. Their gazes darkened. They were all hedonistic. They were not good at fighting, but they were used to scheming against each other. At this time, if anyone still did not understand, they would be stupid. Her improvement was only second to a Maori. "Did you hear that?" Tang Tian pulled young Master Wang over. He said fiercely, "Your underlings are saying that your Wang family and I are irreconcilable enemies. Why not? Let me make the first move." Mingyong's body shook. The glass-like fist seal crumbled. A wave of tyrannical, true power drilled into his body. Mingyong groaned. He retreated a few steps. Only then did he dissipate the true power. Yun family's water element sword technique, Misty Cloud Sword. Yun Di was an expert in dealing with women. He immediately noticed it. His mind swayed. He blurted out, "Miss, you are so beautiful." Mingyong punched out again. He retreated again. A blush quietly spread on her neck. Chapter 116. Countless roars gathered into a sound wave, bringing with it a terrifying power, sweeping across the entire square, sweeping across everyone's heart. The young man standing on top of the lamppost grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. His voice echoed across the square, as if he was giving a judgment, firm and unquestionable. Using force to humiliate others is not what a man should do. Hui Yanguang squeezed out this sentence. Tang Tian took a deep breath and shouted, "How's Shangguan?" Looking at Tang Tian's smug expression, Hui Yanguang wanted to tear Tang Tian into pieces. "If I win, you're my captive. Tang Tian said matter-of-factly. How I want to deal with my captive. That's my own business. I don't need the captive's permission. Shanghai Wei panicked. He didn't expect these two to be so eloquent. They just thought they exposed the conspiracy against House Yu, and in the blink of an eye, they wanted to turn the tables. Everyone immediately broke free from the sad atmosphere created by Aoi Yuzawa. In their eyes, Tang Tian's smile was extremely vicious. Those mysterious masters, they will not let you go. Boss. Unknowingly, Yaya crawled out, smoothly climbing onto Tang Tian's shoulder, its little face flushed red, excitedly using its little bow to hit its own breastplate. Aoi Yuzawa's expression changed, shouting in fear, "You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me." But the guy in front of him was so steady that it made people despair. Even though it didn't have any weird moves, it was like flowing water, continuous and full of strength. He couldn't get rid of it at all. The young masters on the lamp post all showed a distressed expression. They felt that Eugene Hong's words were exactly what they were thinking. Behind them, angry roars were like waves. House Shangguan's disciples suddenly moved. Tang Tian shook his head. Too soft. Eugene Hong cursed in his heart. If the truth was revealed today, House Yu would definitely become the target of everyone. Tang Tian, just you wait. House Yu will never let you go. Tang Tian turned around and looked at the young masters. Why aren't you screaming? Tang Tian grabbed Hua Yanguang's hand. But right now, he couldn't care less about anything else. He took the chance to distance himself and shouted, "Tang Tian, don't you dare frame my House Yu. The grudges between House Yu and House Shangguan are never taboo. That was a family grudge, but today it's a personal grudge. Zai Qing and I have admired Miss Chia for a long time, but we know that we are not worthy of Miss Chia, so we can only drown our sorrows in wine. Everyone, is there anything wrong with this heart and this sentiment? How are we different from all of you? The heart of every punch, heaven and earth can bear witness. Today's battle is only for one thing. How can a vulgar person like Tang Tian be worthy of Miss Chia?" Everyone was deeply shocked by this incomparably domineering declaration. No one, under the watchful eyes of so many people, in front of so many enemies, dared to say something like this. Behind Tang Tian, those young masters were all shocked to the point that their faces turned pale. Even Jun Akiko, Yun Yao, and the others looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. Even Hua Yanguang, with his unruly face, was stunned by Tang Tian's words. All the Shangguan disciples' faces were flushed red. The boiling blood in their bodies was like a raging fire, burning every nerve in their body. As if it was instinct, everyone raised the weapons in their hands, used all their strength, and roared, "Shangguan House!" Tang Tian showed an unsatisfied expression. "Did you not eat? Louder! Whoever dares to be so quiet, I'll throw him down from here." So, this is the self-abandonment after being raped. Bastard, who said rape just now. The huge square was dead silent. Tang Tian looked satisfied, waving his hand. "Not bad, not bad. You're under my protection from now on." "Very good. I like people with integrity." Tang Tian clapped his hands. "Strip him." But he knew that the situation was urgent. No matter what, he could not let Tang Tian be convicted of the crime. "Brother Guang, I'm sorry. The previous situation was hopeless." Every Shangguan disciple's emotions were suppressed to the lowest point. Their hearts were filled with anger, fear, and despair. There had never been a day like today when the Shangguan family became everyone's enemy. There had never been a day like today when the Shangguan family was besieged on all sides. There had never been a day like today when they were fearless even if they had to go against the entire world. Son-in-law, when Liang Qiu was really angry, he was quite terrifying. Tang Tian shouted. His voice reverberated in the square, and in everyone's hearts. Brother Guang, when you're under someone else's roof, you have to lower your head. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. I don't care who you are, which family you belong to. I don't care what you think either. I don't care how powerful you are. I don't care either. I don't know much, and I don't know much either. But I've never been afraid of battle. Anyone who dares to go against me must be prepared to suffer my wrath and counterattack. Everyone revealed a sorrowful expression, feeling the same, many of their eyes turning red. Those who don't fight, humph, humph. Tang Tian sneered. Aoi Yuzawa's face was ashen, his heart filled with grief and anger, his body cold. Countless people's sympathetic and mocking gazes gathered on him. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. Eugene Hong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched, but he was pestered tightly by Liang Qiu. The usually calm Liang Qiu was enraged this time. Eugene Hong actually turned the tables in front of him. It was all his fault. Hua Yanguang didn't even have the desire to speak. When that time comes, I will return the humiliation I suffered today 100-fold. Aoi Yuzawa calmed down. He pretended to be angry. That's right. I was the one who pushed for this. I won't accept it. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. If you have any tricks, come at me. I'll die for Miss Chia. I'll die a worthy death. The young masters were like frightened lambs, rushing forward and stripping Aoi Yuzawa clean. Boss. He squeezed out these two words from between his teeth. So, everyone's expression changed. Target, house you. From today onwards, I'm your boss. Tang Tian waved his hand. All right, call me boss. Kill. House you must die. Target, house you. It was like a raging torrent, unstoppable. Wasn't he afraid of being surrounded? It was like the resonance of the zither, low and deep. Tang Tian finally showed a satisfied expression, but he noticed one person, Hui Yanguang, who was still tied up. This guy's mouth was tightly shut. Eugene Hong looked even worse. His hair was disheveled. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Tang Tian pushed aside the guards like a big bird. He flew down, landing steadily in front of the Shangguan disciples. Hua Yanguang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If he wasn't tied up, he would definitely slap the guy who said rape. House you must die. Kill me if you wanna. Hua Yanguang's eyes were about to spit fire. Liang Qiu's expression froze. He snorted coldly, hugged his palms, and slowly pushed outwards. His movements were extremely slow, as if it was very strenuous. His clothes bulged, and the air around him seemed to have stopped flowing. Strip him. Whoever doesn't want to do it, think carefully. Tang Tian waved his hand. The young masters who had already succumbed to Tang Tian's tyranny could only bite the bullet and step forward. Shanghai Wei didn't say anything. He wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Tang Tian. Tang Tian pointed at the others. Let them come, other than Hui Yanguang. Untie the others. Tang Tian pointed at Aoi Yuzawa. Strip him naked. Wasn't he afraid of making more enemies? Hui Yanguang also went all out. He closed his eyes and shouted angrily, Boss! Wait! Liang Qiu let out a groan, his feet sinking into the ground. The soles of his feet completely sinking into the ground, his clothes scattering like butterflies. He retreated 10 steps, each step leaving a clear footprint. Shangguan Wei untied the ropes on the young masters. No matter what Eugene Hong did, even if it was a killer move like just now, he couldn't get rid of Liang Qiu. Tang Tian's eyes were cold. He spat out one word and took the lead. Tang Tian looked down from a high vantage point, looking at the dense crowd below. He grinned, but his words made everyone unable to laugh. Even young Miss couldn't do this. Wang. House you must die. Guang bro, life is like rape. You can't fight back. You can only enjoy it. Countless angry roars raged, raging like waves. Eugene Hong's eyes flashed fiercely. He made a circle with his hands, his 10 fingers like playing a pipa, suddenly plucking at the same time. Even Hua Yanguang, who was behind Tang Tian, couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The young masters were like frightened bunnies as they hurriedly shouted, "Boss!" The young masters used all their strength, shouting loudly, all of their necks flushed red. The young masters all kept quiet out of fear. After shouting this sentence, Huyen Guang felt humiliated and relieved at the same time. This feeling was really similar to the legendary rape. "Bastard, who said rape just now?" Huyen Guang's face changed. He roared angrily, "You dare! Kill!" The young masters looked at each other. The two forces collided with each other. At this time, Tang Tian's steely voice came from above. Tang Tian was speaking to the entire square. "Die a worthy death." Tang Tian grinned. "Very good." The suppressed emotions were instantly ignited. Shanghai Wei was also shocked by Tang Tian's words, but then he felt something in his heart ignited. He clenched his fists tightly. What was that trembling feeling that made his body numb? What was that burning feeling that made his blood vessels burn? What was going on? What was that feeling that even if he died with the young master, he wouldn't have any regrets? What was going on? The crowd in the square involuntarily gave way. They were silent, their gazes mixed with too much shock and fear. In a moment of desperation, Hui Yanguang shouted. Everyone's gaze focused on him. He felt as if his face was burning. Tang Tian raised his leg, one foot stepping on the railing at the edge of the lamppost. His arrogant gaze swept across the crowd below. He slowly raised his right fist. The green fornax flame that was enveloped in the glove was flickering like a burning torch in the night, attracting everyone's gaze. But when everyone's hands touched his clothes, Hui Yanguang's scalp instantly went numb. Thinking that he would really be stripped naked like Awa Yuzawa, he shuddered. Tang Tian grinned. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Chapter 117. Tang Tian disappeared from the gap almost instantly. The martial artists on the archery tower exclaimed. They threw away their bows and jumped down from the archery tower. But they were very clear that although Master was interested in the Perseus crown, he was also responsible for many other tasks. Master could not invest too much power in this, which meant that the plan was ruined. Eugene Hong was shocked, but he did not have time to react. He felt a pain in his chest, and his pupils suddenly froze. In the next moment, he appeared on an archery tower. With a roar, he punched a thick wooden pillar that supported the archery tower. A tall person also frowned. This guy is not simple. Look, under such a situation, he can actually turn the tables. He is not as reckless as he appears. Yun Yao and Hua Yanguang were silent. The other two understood tacitly. They had heard about House Yu having a mysterious backer. Tang Tian's body froze. "Let's just wait and see." Jun Akiko sighed softly. "Fortunately, we are the ones who suffered this time. Although it is embarrassing, it will not affect the clan." Suddenly, a faint voice drilled into his ear. It was so demonic that it made people suffocate. "What should we do?" The man with the handlebar mustache looked at a tall person. The martial artists on the archery tower looked at the crowd from afar. Their scalps went numb, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, a cold aura locked onto Tang Tian. "Use your brain. Use your brain." With Tang Tian's level 5 true power, activating the Great Avalanche was completely effortless. Han Bingning cruised beside Tang Tian, drawing his sword, and never missed. A lion leading a flock of sheep was enough to tear a flock of wolves apart. Furthermore, the Shangwan clan was not sheep. The Yu clan was on the verge of collapse. The log that was as thick as a wash basin was instantly broken, and countless wood shavings flew everywhere. The arrows fell like rain. Tang Tian's bravery was definitely the most they had ever seen. However, what happened next caused their limbs to turn cold. Ahoy Yuzawa and Eugene Hong's lies could fool most people, but not the three of them. Yu Mingwei's eyes burst with dazzling light. He blurted out in surprise, "He's here." Sima Xiangshan smiled innocently. A Maori and Ice Beauty Han Ku have both left. If we're any later, we won't even get any leftovers. Liang Qiu harumphed coldly and disappeared in a flash. Rumble! Even the weakest among them was at least a third-order martial artist. Their arrows were wrapped in a faint light, and their power was astonishing. Tang Tian did not know any battle tactics at all. Bing was cursing and swearing in his mind, and never stopped. His occupational disease made him unable to restrain himself when he saw Tang Tian rushing around without a plan. Tang Tian's thinking was very simple. He couldn't leave a future trouble for the Shangguan family. "Can't you see that this is a good entry point? Don't you have eyes?" The air in front of him seemed to be suddenly compressed into a wall of air. The arrows that hit the wall of air seemed to be frozen and could not move an inch. In the next moment, the wall of air and the arrows that were stuck in it were like an avalanche and turned into countless pieces. Unknowingly, there was a bloody hole in his chest. What made people palpitate the most was the pair of scarlet eyes. Junikiko nodded. "This battle is very important to the situation of our immortal constellation mountain." Tang Tian, who was running wildly, was like a rhinoceros running with all its might. He suddenly raised his fist and punched out. Tang Tian's pupils constricted. "We can't let the Yu clan perish like this," a tall person said decisively. "Whatever happens next, leave it to Master. We will protect the Yu clan first. The Yu clan is doomed this time." Junikiko had a complicated expression. "This Tang Tian is not simple. With his help, the Shangguan clan will definitely prosper for 300 years. If the Yu clan perished, all their plans in Immortal Constellation Mountain would be ruined. They had treated the Yu clan this way, and the other clans would not be tempted by them. Without the help of the local powers, it meant that they needed to invest more power in order to achieve the desired results. The low whooshing sound of the air breaking instantly surged out like a tide. Most of the arrows were shot towards Tang Tian. They understood that Tang Tian was the leader of the enemy. As long as he was killed, then they would be victorious. Hundreds of angry arrows were released. Tang Tian was like a ferocious tiger, and no one could stop him. Amari was also fighting crazily. His blade was like the wind, and he slashed continuously. No one was a match for him. Good. The hesitation on the mustache man's face disappeared. They did not expect that Tang Tian would actually choose to initiate the attack. To them, Chie Shangguan was not around. The Shangguan clan would definitely not dare to provoke the other clans. Sima Xiangshan chuckled and disappeared as well. Great avalanche. On the lamppost, Junikiko, Yun Yao, and Huo Yanguang were gathered together. Mingyong, Yun Di, and Huo Yanshan flew up the lamppost. Seeing that the three of them were unharmed, they were relieved. Closer, closer, and closer. He and Chie would eventually have to go to Heaven's Road. It would be a dangerous journey, and no one could predict what would happen in the future. The two of them suddenly disappeared. Yu Mingwei's face was green, but he took a deep breath. Wait a little longer. Clan leader! An elder shouted anxiously. Seeing the Yu clan disciples being cut up like vegetables, he was burning with anxiety. Hui Yanguang snorted, his eyes filled with killing intent. Damn the Yu clan! I'll go kill Ahoy Yuzawa. Liang Qiu stared coldly at Sima Xiangshan and did not say a word. He had to wait a little longer. Following that was another loud sound. It was a Maori who did the same thing, chopping off the supporting pillar of another watchtower. That's right. Tang Tian's background is not simple either. Ming Yong said in a low voice. These masters, it's impossible for them to have no background at all. Tang Tian had offended almost all the clans today. How would he dare to attack House Yu at this time? Wasn't he afraid that others would attack Shangguan clan's nest? Wasn't he afraid that everyone would gang up on him? Tang Tian did not listen to them. He was already in a frenzy. Not only him, all the Shangguan disciples were in a frenzy. If they took action, of course they could protect House Yu, but this would mean a direct conflict with the Honorable Martial Alliance. But if they did not do anything, today would be the day of House Yu's destruction. Tang Tian stomped on the ground, and his speed increased. Like a cannonball, he broke away from the archers and appeared below the wall. The shouts were filled with panic. House Yu was in a mess. No one would have thought that Shangguan clan would really dare to start a war with them. Jie Shangguan was not here. How dare they? Are we going to watch the battle? Yunyao raised his head and asked. It's not that simple. Yunyao lowered his voice and said, House Yu has no backing. How would they dare to do this? Now, let's see if the backing of House Yu is willing to take action. The fist that was covered in green flames sunk into the green stone, like punching a piece of tofu. But what attracted more attention was the spirit general beside a tall person who was emitting a cold aura. Eugene Hong was panicking. He did not think that Tang Tian would be so unpredictable. Yao shook his head. He's already dead. That creepy guy did it. He killed Aoi Yuzawa, then went to kill Eugene Hong. Now is not the time to think about this. The mustached man frowned. If we don't take action, House Yu will definitely be destroyed. I can't think of anyone in House Yu who can stop him. Moreover, he has 4 helpers. He raised his head. Not far away, a tall person was staring at him. Shangguan clan's morale was at its peak. House Yu was definitely not a match for Shangguan clan. House Yu was in danger. Only House Yu would have the idea to attack Shangguan clan. Hui Yanguang said expressionlessly, Shangguan clan is the #1 clan in Immortal Constellation Mountain. Miss Jie is also the #1 in Immortal Constellation Mountain. Ka. But they did not expect that Tang Tian, who came out of nowhere, was so fierce and did not play by the rules. Even if he had to leave a beautiful future for Shangguan clan. Even if he had to leave without any worries. A tall person showed hesitation. The fate of the 2 of them could be imagined. Tang Tian's helpers are very strong. Yindi chimed in. He had been beaten on the head by a woman today, but he did not lose his temper at all. Countless footsteps converged into an unstoppable flood. Close the door. Quickly close the door. Ming Zichun sighed lightly. This time we have truly suffered a huge setback. We have lost a lot of face. Pa, when House Yu was built, they never thought that House Yu would be attacked. Why are you still struggling? Idiot, rushing to a place with a lot of people, do you think you're not dying fast enough? Tang Tian took a deep breath, and the true power in his body surged to the maximum. He stared angrily, and with a roar, he punched the wall made of limestone. Rumble, rumble. I'm afraid it's a big power. Hui Yenshan nodded. There was no threat above their heads, and everyone's morale was boosted. It was the first time he saw a spirit general with such a body. The spirit general in front of him was not the usual translucent gray glaze, but real flesh and blood. Dressed in a black martial attire, his exposed skin was gray, and Tang Tian could even see the lines of his muscles. His gray hair was like a ball of gray flame. Pooh! A second later, the wall in front of him crumbled like snow and turned into countless of small gravel, falling down in torrents. In front of him, there was a 2-meter-wide square gap, as though someone used a sword to chop off a piece of the wall. Damn it! This filled the hearts of the three prideful people with a sense of defeat. The arrow tower that was missing a leg made a teeth-numbing sound and started to tilt. These arrow towers were usually not used and were very simple and had not been maintained for a long time. Beside him, the experts of House U were gathered, and this was the last strength of House U. The arrow tower that was seriously out of balance suddenly collapsed, and dust filled the air. The three of them were self-proclaimed leaders of the younger generation, but compared to Tang Tian, they realized that they were not on the same level. "Ready," one of the House U's guards said with a trembling voice, but at this time he knew that it was a crucial moment, and roared, "Release!" But the Liang Qiu in front of him was pestering him, and he could not get away. "Go!" Hui Yanguang gritted his teeth. "Why not? I want to see how capable he is." Every hit seemed to knock on their hearts. Chapter 118. I am an idiot. To drag everyone down with me? Tang Tian's gaze was fixed on the gray spirit general and turned a deaf ear to a tall person. Tang Tian's sneak attack was intercepted by Huiqi. "Are we going to die like this? Are we going to give up like this? Are we going to fail like this? Are we going to die with so many people?" A tall person's face was extremely ugly. He stared at Tang Tian. His face was gloomy and said word by word, "Possessed." "Fornax." A tall person's mouth revealed a mocking smile. "Are you responding to my call?" Before he finished speaking, a figure flashed in front of him, and a fierce qi enveloped him. Pa! The extremely dense sound of legs and palms colliding was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. "Kill! Leave no one alive!" Pa 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 pa! A shadow of a leg, without any warning, appeared in front of Huiqi's vision. Huiqi did not have time to react, and was hit by the leg. Jinghao's long whistle came from afar, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside Tang Tian. "They are in danger." Amauri and Liang Qiu's roars sounded at the same time, mixed with Sima Xiangshan's groan. Huiqi slowly walked towards Tang Tian. "Is that all you have?" A tall person was slightly disappointed. "That's too disappointing. My Huiqi is a growth-type spirit general. Show me your strength, and let my Huiqi learn something and become stronger." "He blocked it." A tall person shook his head and sighed. "Huiqi was born to fight. Although you are not weak, but compared to Huiqi, you are still lacking." Failed. The Fornax Gauntlet's martial spirit felt Tang Tian's will and call. His vision darkened, and Huiqi appeared before him. "Huiqi, kill him." A piece of the Fornax Gauntlet cracked and fell, but in the blink of an eye, it was burned and destroyed by the green flames. One by one, the fragments shattered and disappeared in the green flames. Huiqi trembled like a sieve, but his arms suddenly became soft and boneless like snake whips, striking straight at Tang Tian's chest. The green flame on the Fornax Gauntlet fluttered and dimmed. Tang Tian slowly raised his head. His right arm was covered in green flames as he locked his gaze on Huiqi. Tang Tian involuntarily clenched his fists, and his breathing became heavy. Huiqi knelt on one knee and slowly stood up. There was a fist-sized hole in his chest. It was a shocking sight. A blurry figure appeared in the corner of Huiqi's vision. Pa, 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 bang, pa. The smile on a tall person's face turned cold. Tang Tian ignored him. His eyes flashed with a ruthless look, and his attacks were like a torrential storm. Not good. Tang Tian seemed to see, a few decades ago, in the green flame, there was a rough embryo continuously being hammered and forged, the martial spirit awakening bit by bit, simple and plain, just like a gauntlet. Tang Tian's deformed face instantly became sinister, but for some reason, the joy in his heart quickly cooled down. The terrifying strength of the two masters caused him to feel fear. Even if they won this battle, from now on, The Yu clan would become the enemy's vassal. Tang Tian roared. His legs suddenly exerted strength. Sigh. His figure disappeared in the air. Suddenly, a groan drilled into his ears. With that, the Corona Borealis sword in his hand shone with a terrifying light, and went straight for the mustached man's spirit general, saving a Maori, and the rest who were in imminent danger. 3 rays of moonlight, with a sharp whistle, flew straight towards Huichi. Huichi, who was in midair, used his elbows to smash the 3 rays of moonlight. An angry red finger force shot from below. Huichi's body bent strangely and narrowly avoided the finger. Tang Tian threw away the last bit of worry in his heart. His blood-red eyes were burning, and carefully placed the heavily injured blue peacock into the Aquarius martial cabinet. The 2 heavy blows just now, if not for the blue peacock's protection, he would have been heavily injured. This fist will not let you down. Bang, bang, bang. The Shangguan clan, who was in a bitter battle, quickly stabilized the situation. The 2 masters made a move and quickly turned the tides of the battle, causing Yu Mingwei to be overjoyed. Tang Tian, who was unstoppable just now, did not even have the strength to retaliate, and the other 4 combined forces were not the opponent of the other master. Huichi's face was calm. His palms were so fast that it was hard for the naked eye to catch, and his defense was flawless. Bang! Hu! Pa! Fornax! The vacuum ball shattered. Pu, 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 countless streams of air like knives entered Huichi's chest. The mud reached up to his knees. Han Bingning! Green flames spewed out and started to spread from the gloves all the way to his shoulders. Tang Tian's entire right arm was completely engulfed in the green flames. Brother Tang! Suddenly, a dazzling sword aura lit up the entire Yu clan. Like a torrential storm of attacks came from his palms, but Tang Tian could instinctively withstand it. The green flames engulfing Tang Tian's right arm became even more intense. Damn it! Huichi immediately felt the change, and without hesitation he retreated, but a blurry shadow shot up from the ground, and countless of legs exploded in front of his eyes. Tang Tian was elated, but before he could react, an extreme sense of danger enveloped Tang Tian's heart, and he instinctively bent his elbow and flipped his palm. And the other martial artists who followed Jing Hao did not hesitate to enter the battle. Han Bingning looked deeply at Tang Tian, and without saying a word, he disappeared. An indescribable emotion filled Tang Tian's chest, and he almost cried. After this punch, the Fornax fist glove was no more. It burned all of its power. This spirit general. What rank is he? Why is he so strong? I didn't expect. You still forced us to make a move. A tall person slowly walked towards Tang Tian, and sighed as he walked. To be honest, I'm very surprised. No matter how you look at it, it's quite surprising. On the surface of the glove, cracks started to appear. Absolutely not. And a cold qi, wantonly destroyed in Tang Tian's body, and the true power in his body spent a lot of energy to dissolve this cold qi. Huichi's move was too fast, so fast that he could not catch it. A transparent vacuum ball was imprinted on his chest. Vacuum shock! Tang Tian's head buzzed. They came for him, they fought for him, but now they were in danger. Many details in the surroundings drilled into Tang Tian's ears. Shangguanzhu's angry roar, Shangguanwei's heavy breathing, a familiar scream. A tall person chuckled. How is it? My Huichi, not bad, right? He's the same as you, an expert in close combat. The number of famous martial artists that died in his hands is not small. The concentrated sounds of collisions lingered on. A tall person's tone was regretful. Since you don't want to retreat, then I have nothing else to say. To be honest, you will regret this choice. A Maori's angry roar came into his ears. The angry roar suddenly exploded in Tang Tian's heart. The boiling hot liquid flowed through his entire body. Tang Tian felt his body being ignited. He was unable to differentiate the rank of the strange spirit general. The undulations released by the spirit general were completely different from ordinary spirit generals. The spirit general's strong aura made Tang Tian not dare to act blindly without thinking. Hearing that, Jinghao did not waste any words. Be careful! But the two seemingly soft fists were surprisingly strong. Tang Tian's body swayed, and he retreated a few steps. Tang Tian flipped his palm and blocked the two fists. His face was in pain. His mouth was full of mud. Tang Tian's mind was at a loss. His heart was empty. He thought he had become very strong, but he did not expect that he could not even withstand a single blow. Is that all you have? A tall person's voice was filled with regret. In Tang Tian's ears, it became unclear, as though it came from an extremely far place. But it's good to be alive. Today is the day of the Shangguan family's destruction. With his intuition, he actually did not dodge it. Yu Mingwei finally played the last card in his hand. All the elites by his side suddenly attacked. The pain came, and Tang Tian's entire body immediately flew out, landing heavily on the ground, plowing out a deep trace of mud. Suddenly, his vision blurred. Tang Tian's pupils constricted. He snorted, lowered his waist into a horse stance, and bent his arms in front of his body to protect. Strength overflowed. A strong force came from his palms became numb, and Tang Tian's legs sunk, sinking into the mud. Bang! Tang Tian's true power, without holding back, poured into the gloves. Tang Tian's vision blurred, his chest was in pain, and his entire body flew out. In midair, Tang Tian forcefully stabilized his body, landed on the ground, and staggered, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Brother Jing, quickly go and help my friend. Tang Tian did not even turn his head. I can handle this. Tang Tian's heart trembled, did not even turn his head, and said, You go and help a Maori. A foot stepped heavily on his face, and his entire face sunk into the mud. Tang Tian's low voice was filled with determination and determination. Without any warning, the shadow of the leg was like a whip, suddenly taking advantage of the weakness of his arms. Tang Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze fixed on Huichi. It had been a long time since he was in such a sorry state. Yaya angrily pounced towards Huichi, but was swatted away by Huichi like a fly. No, I failed just like that. His silver eyes, which were firmly pressed into the mud, were suddenly filled with fresh blood, extremely red. Tang Tian stared fiercely at Huichi, not saying a word. His mind was blank, and he could not feel his arms. His arms were like wooden stakes being hit continuously by a heavy wooden hammer, bit by bit into the mud. I know you are a member of the Honorable Martial Alliance. A tall person said disapprovingly, The Honorable Martial Alliance is a big force, and we do not want to be enemies with you. If you bring them back today, this matter will be... Huichi was like being hit by a sledgehammer, and he flew out horizontally. Tang Tian was struck by lightning, and his heart trembled. He knew that Han Bingning was an extremely strong woman. If she was not injured, she would not make such a sound. He had failed, a complete failure. There was no chance of winning at all. It turned out that he was so vulnerable in front of a true powerhouse. Huichi quickly waved his palms. Tang Tian's pupils were blood red, but it was completely different from Huichi's red. Tang Tian's blood-red pupils were like a blazing red flame, blazing and berserk, but Huichi's blood-red pupils were like a deep and unfathomable pool of blood, demonic and austere. When the last piece disappeared, the green flames raged ostentatiously and unrestrained. Tang Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. Such a fast speed, such a strong power. His intuition towards danger was astonishing. The gray spirit general in front of him had a lingering sense of danger, causing all the hairs on his body to stand. The pair of demonic blood-red pupils did not have any emotions. Huichi's figure did not move an inch. He raised his palm, expressionlessly blocking Tang Tian's fist. Strength overflowed, and the sound of the fist and palm colliding was exceptionally loud. Combusting the martial spirit, all the power of the star treasure would burst forth. But this required the star treasure martial spirit to choose to combusting itself. Martial spirits already had intelligence, and they would instinctively reject self-destruction. Chapter 119. That's right. It is fusion. A tall person's tone did not conceal his pride. Our research on spirit cards far exceeds your knowledge. Huichi was born because of me and returned to me. Hee. But if not for you, I would not have dared to try fusion. Its failure rate is too high. So, I have to thank you. Tang Tian stared blankly at a tall person. The scene in front of him was completely beyond his knowledge. What exactly is going on? In Ghost Claw's eyes that were as deep as the night, a flame silently ignited. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. The skinny Ghost Claw quietly blocked in front of Tang Tian. He lowered his head to look at his palm. The palm that was burnt by the green flame had completely recovered. Clang! But your luck is better to meet this idiot. You see, you have the chance to appear again. How is it? You are very excited and looking forward to it. Your fire scythe, Ghost Claw, can once again create dazzling sparks in this world. You can fight again after accumulating for so many years. All the unwillingness, all the pride can be released to your heart's content. Tang Tian suddenly stomped on the ground. The soil under his feet immediately exploded. Like rain droplets splattering in all directions, Tang Tian's figure disappeared. Too scary. What exactly is going on? The places that were burnt, not even ashes were left. Huichi, who was hugging a ball, rolled around in the green flame, howling miserably. Tang Tian was startled, but quickly reacted. Huichi, who was rolling around in the green flame, suddenly shot up with a long green flame tail. He entered a tall person's body. The green flame immediately enveloped a tall person's body. He became a green flaming man. Whoosh! A tall person's wails became more and more mournful. A green flame from his fingertips ignited. His expression was filled with fear and despair. The green flame was like maggots spreading from his fingertips. And Ghost Claw has this power. Every ray of light swept past. Ghost Claw's body congealed a bit more. Ghost Claw was as thin as a stick. His body was crooked. His face was expressionless. His eyes were as deep as the night. Now, Ghost Claw, who was like a statue in front of Tang Tian, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as deep as the night, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. You must fight with all your might. Bing! Tang Tian anxiously called out to Bing in his heart. Why are you not coming out? Ghost Claw alone is very dangerous. Bing lowered his head and quickly threw the spirit nucleus into Ghost Claw's body and said irresponsibly, "No choice. I am not a battle-type spirit general. It's fine to deal with small fries, but I'll have to rely on you for this kind of big guy." Such a powerful and strange spirit general was rarely seen even in our era. Could it be a new technology? That was possible. But to make yourself look like neither a human nor a ghost, this kind of power, what's the value of it? The 7th level spirit nucleus contained a surge of spirit power. Every spirit nucleus entered Ghost Claw's body. A dazzling ripple lit up from Ghost Claw's feet, along his body surface, until it reached the top of his head. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes revealing a fanatical look. How is it? Are you moved? As long as you join us, you can obtain the power that you yearn for day and night. Ghost Claw disappeared like a gust of wind. Bing! Huichi's eyes flashed a look of fear, both his arms hugging his head, his body curled up into a ball. And the feeling that Ghost Claw in front of him gave him a very unusual feeling. The blood in his body was boiling, the blazing power seeping into every corner of his body. In our era, there were no such strange fellows. This world has progressed so much that I am somewhat at a loss. Instructors and these kinds of people are usually very inflexible. Pu, as though he was talking in a dream. He said, "This is power. It really makes people intoxicated, making people unable to extricate themselves. From today onwards, I am called Huichi." A skinny figure appeared in front of Tang Tian. Pa! Bang! The transparent ball of light was like a soap bubble blowing, completely enveloping Huichi, and what was surprising was the color of the vacuum ball had a faint green color. A tall person's eyes flashed a trace of sternness, suddenly releasing a mournful scream. Awakened, Tang Tian was stunned. The unprecedented, huge vacuum ball shattered. "But you have so..." Tang Tian held onto his knees, panting, eyes wide open, staring at Huichi, who was rolling in the flames. At the same time, that punch gathered all of his strength. But the opponent was too strong. How could Ghost Claw fight him? His vision was blurry. In the fast-flying wind, the green flames wrapped around his right arm, warm and strong. "This punch will definitely not let you down." The skinny and tough 5 fingers that were like hooks staggered. The sound of the hooks rubbing against each other actually produced the sound of metal. "Your spirit general better be stronger. If not, there is nothing to chew. I'm not interested in weak spirit generals." His intuition became clearer. Controlling the surging true power was not that difficult. His entire body was filled with endless power just based on his strength. Tang Tian felt that he could kill a bull with one punch. Ah. The tall man's blood-curdling screams suddenly became louder. His voice was mixed with intense pain, and his body trembled violently. The flesh on his body was like flowing mud, squirming. The scene was unspeakably terrifying. "Such a pity they don't have it." Tang Tian suddenly roared, pouring all of his strength and conviction into his fist, accompanied by the sound of flames. He punched out. In the next moment, Tang Tian appeared beside Huichi. Suddenly, an astonishing aura, with a tall person as the center, suddenly swept in all directions. The dazzling light from the fire illuminated the blurry figure in front of him. The thin air blade entered Huichi's body, curling up into a ball. Huichi's body, like a sieve, trembled violently. In the martial spirit chamber, Bing's voice floated out. An even brighter light burst out, extremely glaring, reflecting Huichi's stunned face. It was Ghost Claw. Countless green flames spewed out from Huichi's body, rushing to the sky. Huichi's voice broke Tang Tian's train of thought. "Since you are not willing to admit defeat, then I will let you see what is the strongest power that a spirit general possesses." "Am I going to win?" Tang Tian was stunned. The corner of his mouth exposed a cold smile. This was the first time Tang Tian entered the demonic state and did not lose control of himself. If it was any other time, he would definitely be pleasantly surprised by his current state. Bing's voice was resolute and decisive. The flames on a tall person's body slowly extinguished. His body, once again, was exposed in front of Tang Tian. A tall person's face actually became similar to Huichi's. The most eye-catching was the pair of blood-red pupils, which were exactly the same as Huichi, and the gray skin. "This fist will definitely not let you down." Tang Tian stared blankly at the skinny figure in front of him. 10 7th-level spirit nuclei. At that time, it cost Tang Tian a total of 1,000 points. If not for Bing's strong request, Tang Tian would not even bear to buy them. Ding! Hee. A tall person's laughter was hoarse and dry. "I did not expect you to force me to this stage, but I have to thank you from the bottom of my heart." If not, how could I fuse with Huichi? The flames in the blood-red pupils burned wantonly. Tang Tian's fist solidly struck Huichi's body. Tang Tian's mind was blank after losing all his strength. Huichi's elusive dodge, in Tang Tian's eyes for the first time, became so clear. The smile on Bing's face disappeared. He looked at Ghost Claw seriously and said word by word, "Killing technique, vacuum shock." But at this time, his mental state was unprecedentedly focused. In the bright red pupils, there was only Huichi. In front of the gray fist, the 5 skinny fingers did not move an inch. Bring along your unwillingness, bring along your pride, and fight. Bing's voice was filled with fatigue. I am not a battle-type spirit general. I am just an instructor. Rushing and killing is not my forte. But don't look down on Ghost Claw. I have awakened him. The sparks from the fire scythe, Ghost Claw. You must definitely burn their eyes. Even in death, you are not willing. This time, I have paid a huge price. All of them are 7th level spirit nuclei. Your strength can definitely be maintained at your peak. When you were alive, your peak was very short, although the remnants of your martial spirit is already very little. But I know you are still not willing a Grandmaster grade claw technique. Your original creation of the fire scythe Ghost Claw actually became extinct. Right? See, xiu xiu xiu. Ah, a tall person screamed. His entire body seemed to be hit by a powerless force and directly flew out. Fusion? Tang Tian stared at him in disbelief. Huh, Spirit General? Huichi was surprised, but immediately after, as if he had seen the most ridiculous thing, he laughed. What did I see? Spirit General? Ha 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 ha. God, there is actually someone playing with Spirit Generals in front of me? Too funny. Isn't this showing off in front of an expert? Oh, isn't this a little rude? I'm sorry, I really can't help it. Ha 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 ha. Bing raised his head. The face that was painted like a poker lingered with a faint sadness, but he revealed a smile. His 5 fingers were like claws, sweeping through the air. The claws rubbed against the air, lighting up 5 dazzling flames. Inside the green vacuum ball, Huichi's demonic red pupils, for the first time, revealed a look of panic. Everyone who witnessed this scene had a horrified expression on their faces. But at this time, the 7th level spirit nucleus, as if it was free, was flicked into Ghost Claw's body by Bing. Bing's face revealed a smear of blood. He used force to pat Ghost Claw's shoulder. His eyes were wide open, as if he was encouraging those soldiers who were on the battlefield for the first time. He roared, "Go! Fight, Ghost Claw!" His voice was still floating in the wind. His figure had already disappeared. Countless thin air blades, from all directions, frantically surged towards Huichi. It must be Bing's trick, but why didn't Bing do it himself? This is my last chance to give you. A tall person's calm tone revealed a faint killing intent. Yes, the awakened Ghost Claw will be very strong. Although I do not know exactly what method the opponent is using, but I believe a martial technique that has been tempered hundreds and thousands of times will forever be the most fundamental power. Bing's voice was filled with confidence. Are you very excited? Bing muttered to himself. His tone gradually became gloomy, involuntarily mixed with a trace of sadness. If the group of assholes have such a chance, they will definitely turn the world upside down. Chapter 120. A ray of earthy yellow light, like a waterfall, descended from the sky. The sparks from the fire scythe, Ghost Claw, must burn their eyes. With Tang Tian's current strength against an ordinary 6th level martial artist, he would not be at a disadvantage. But against Huichi, he did not seem to have any power to resist. What was Huichi's level? In Tang Tian's mind, he was at least at the 7th level. Tang Tian's spirit was suddenly roused. The 7th level Ghost Claw against the fused Huichi. Both parties should be evenly matched. Every claw was extremely fast, as though it was gliding through the air, bringing forth a series of sparks. Tang Tian's strength had shocked her, and now that he had the inheritance of the fire scythe Ghost Claw, his future was limitless, and she immediately had the intention to rope him in. What everyone could see was a dazzling ball of light, so bright that it could burn their eyes. The light dissipated, and the skinny, stooped figure was now emitting an unparalleled tyrannical chi. Among all the martial techniques, claw techniques were the weakest in terms of strength, but the fire scythe Ghost Claw in Ghost Claw's hands was able to contend with Huichi in terms of strength. Huichi's strength was extraordinary, even stronger than Tang Tian, but no matter how much Huichi attacked, he could not advance an inch. Tang Tian was very quickly attracted by Ghost Claw's fire scythe, Ghost Claw. The Ghost Claw in front of him was upright without any ghost chi. But Tang Tian knew the fire scythe Ghost Claw could similarly be filled with ghost chi. He had personally experienced it before. Such a pity, although Jing Hao's current strength was not as good as hers, but in the honorable group, his foundation was much stronger than hers. Unknowingly, this voice resonated in his mind. A charred and smooth tunnel from Ghost Claw's feet extended far away. Everything in this tunnel turned into ashes and disappeared. Don't you think it's weird? Actually, it's not weird. This is a true martial technique. Ghost Claw's true power was not considered strong, but he had created the fire scythe Ghost Claw, and his attainments in claw arts were truly at the Grandmaster level. Regardless of whether it is an army that uses mechanical weapons or the current Honorable Martial Alliance's star treasures, or this method of relying on spirit generals, the true deciding factor in a battle is still martial techniques. They saw an unforgettable scene. Her gaze fell on Huichi, who was roaring repeatedly, but she couldn't help but have a trace of surprise. When the light dissipated, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The snow-white light reflected on everyone's faces, which were filled with shock and fear. Even the strong ones like Kong Yu and Jing Hao were shocked by the dazzling light. Jing Hao was completely stunned. He saw with his own eyes how Tang Tian subdued Senior Ghost Claw's blue peacock. Senior Ghost Claw's spirit general actually appeared in front of him, and it was so strong. Kong Yu, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the skinny figure, and her eyes lit up. When any kind of martial technique broke through to the Grandmaster level, it also meant that its power could break through the restrictions of the level. Sparks flew in front of them. Senior Ghost Claws, every claw, was so pleasing to the eye. Everyone's gaze subconsciously looked towards the source of the chi. The barefooted man looked around, and when he saw Jing Hao, his eyes lit up, but when he saw the spirit general that Jing Hao was fighting, his eyes flashed with disgust. Everyone had yet to regain their senses from the barefooted man's shocking blade, when suddenly there was another strong chi that was not inferior to the previous blade, dazzling, blazing, fast to the extreme, destroying everything. Huichi's roar was like that of a wild beast. His attack was like a raging sea, while Ghost Claw was like a reef. No matter how monstrous the waves were, they would definitely shatter when they hit it. But countless sparks flew in front of Tang Tian. In a flash, the dazzling light aura exploded, causing everyone's eyes to be snow-white, and nothing could be seen. The strong and suffocating chi caused the snow-white to be even more intimidating. Tang Tian and Ghost Claw had crossed hands before, and personally experienced the power of the fire scythe Ghost Claw, although at that time Ghost Claw's power was greatly reduced. But this made Tang Tian feel that every claw of Ghost Claw had an additional incomprehensible feeling. To use 5 fingers to rub against the air, to create sparks, the difficulty was obvious. Tang Tian's intuition was astonishing. Ghost Claw's 5 fingers swept through the air, causing ripples, and was caught by him. You must be unresigned, right? The scene in front of him gave Tang Tian a feeling that Ghost Claw was a cut above. Every claw was incomparably violent. It wasn't erratic, it wasn't strange, it was violent, swift and powerful, and clashing head-on with Huichi, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. The light aura of the five fingers at an astonishing speed became even more dazzling and incandescent. Ghost Claw's skinny body, as though it was cast from copper, did not move an inch. Ghost Claw's hands were astonishingly fast. Every claw would definitely bring about sparks. A look of admiration surfaced in her eyes. She had to admit, Senior Ghost Claw's comprehension of martial techniques was much stronger than hers. This was the first time she had witnessed such a superb claw technique. Lowering his elbow, his jet-black, steel-like fingers slowly extended forward. He raised his right arm. The five fingers were like hooks, facing the direction where Huichi disappeared. Wait a minute! Tang Tian was stunned. A ray of dazzling lightning. What was Huichi's level after fusing? Ghost Claw also seemed to be stunned by this world-shocking blade. But following that, in his eyes that were as deep as the night, a flame was burning. He suddenly raised his head and let out a long whistle. The long whistle was sharp and piercing, but like smoke, it was continuous. The barefooted burly man took out his blade and roared, "Chop!" Huichi was scared half to death by the barefooted burly man's blade, and without hesitation, he turned and ran. Just at this time, suddenly, a barefooted burly man with unkempt hair and a dirty face flew over from afar. The burly man's clothes were tattered, and he carried a broadsword on his back. Although it was fast, it was not hard to see with the naked eye. On the contrary, you would feel that every claw was extremely clear. Everyone's gaze once again converged on Tang Tian's body, as expected of a Grandmaster grade claw technique. The sparks from the fire scythe, Ghost Claw, you must burn their eyes. Huh! The barefooted burly man was moved. He could not help but look over. Such a strong aura. Hearing that, Jing Hao's body froze, but in the next moment, he almost stumbled to the side. But it was these extremely clear fire scythe, Ghost Claw, that seemed to be able to easily block Huichi. Violent! With a cold snort, he bellowed, "Little Jing Hao, get out of the way!" These people would definitely become the honorable martial group's greatest enemies. Tang Tian's gaze was tightly locked. Ghost Claw's five fingers were shining with sparks. It was hard for him to describe this feeling. In the dazzling light, the jet-black, hook-like five fingers suddenly grabbed. Bang! Why did I let you practice the martial technique bitterly over and over again? Because only by doing so can you grasp the essence of the martial technique. The other things, regardless of whether they are treasures, mechanical weapons, intuition, etc., the value of their existence, are all to better display the power of your martial technique. Senior Ghost Claw's five fingers swept through the air, forming ripples. It was rather unique. The ripples were extremely flat and fine, like the ripples of a pointed-bottom boat flying close to the surface of the water. She who had just stepped into the 8th level. In terms of true power, she was stronger than Ghost Claw, but if the two of them were to fight, she knew that she was definitely not Senior Ghost Claw's opponent. He was like an ordinary old man. With his back bent, he slowly and quietly walked to Tang Tian's side. Ghost Claw's power, Bing had said before, was 7th level, a few feet wide, a few miles long gorge, split the entire Yu clan into two. This battle, you have to watch it well. A Grandmaster level claw technique is not something that can be easily seen. Only lightning could describe this ray of light. Ghost Claw's elbow did not move, his forearm slightly raised, his true power surging, his entire person emitting an astonishing aura. The ground beneath his feet started to crack at an alarming rate, as if he knew Tang Tian's doubts. Bing's voice sounded out in Tang Tian's mind. Tang Tian's eyes could not bear to move away. His right palm hooked his fingers, subconsciously imitating Ghost Claw's movements. She knew all the seniors and experts in the Honorable Martial Alliance like the back of her hand. The infamous fire scythe Ghost Claw. How could she not have heard of it? But seeing such a superb fire scythe Ghost Claw, she was dazzled. Ghost Claw slowly stood up. In his eyes that were as black as the night, the flames dissipated. But when Jinghao appeared, she knew it was over. Even the barefooted burly man, his face congealed. His eyes revealed a look of shock. He exclaimed, "Fire scythe Ghost Claw." Kong Iyu's face also revealed a look of shock. Senior Ghost Claw, was he actually this strong? Tang Tian threw all thoughts of the battle out of his mind. In his eyes, there was only claw after claw. Embedded in the ray of light, Ghost Claw's skinny figure was also engulfed by the light, unable to be seen clearly. Tang Tian could not judge. What he could tell was, after the fusion, Huichi was much stronger than before. He did not know if Senior Ghost Claw did it on purpose. His every claw made Tang Tian extremely mesmerized. It was as if every detail was clearly displayed in front of him. There was obviously nothing complicated, but it revealed an indescribable beauty and mystery. The current Huichi was much stronger than before, but even so, he still could not do anything to Ghost Claw. The earth quaked. Everyone felt as though they could not stand steadily. Their vision was filled with the trembling yellow blade, aura. All of them were overwhelmed with shock. The Ghost Claw in front of him was so strong that Tang Tian felt unfamiliar. Pa pa pa, her intention to rope him in disappeared, and she purely admired Ghost Claw's fire scythe Ghost Claw. Fire scythe Ghost Claw's name was one of the top claw techniques of the Honorable Martial Group and could be said to be very familiar, but it was the first time she saw it. Fire scythe Ghost Claw. Tang Tian actually had Senior Ghost Claw's spirit general. It seemed like he definitely obtained Senior Ghost Claw's martial spirit. No wonder she saw Tang Tian's armor was so familiar. It was the blue peacock. The dazzling light aura exploded from his 5 fingertips. The bright light aura shone on the skinny figure. His right claw was completely immersed in the dazzling white light aura and could not be seen. Who would have thought they would actually achieve it? Was this the secret of Fire Scythe Ghost Claw? Chapter 121. He obviously snatched it. Jinghao retorted, but the moment he said it, his face flushed red. Jinghao's eyes twitched. His eyelids drooped, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. Curiosity, fear, respect, bewilderment. A wave of killing intent soared into the sky, causing everyone's expression to change. Wu Guang gritted his teeth. "I'll do it for you now." He was almost 30 years old. To be treated like that. "Keep it." Wu Guang waved his hand and casually cupped his fists at Kong Yu. "Thank you, Minister Kong. If there's anything in the future, just send a message to old Wu." So old, especially when she saw Wu Guang's unfriendly gaze, she could only force a smile. It's their fortune to be recognized by the Heaven Shower Blade. I hope Master Wu can take care of them. Their talents are not bad. Jinghao continued to stare at his toes and spat out, "Ignore him. Don't listen to what he said about sections." Wu Guang snorted. "They just want to take a shortcut. They're obsessed." The spirit generals that they had created had huge side effects. Martial arts is the right path for us. That's right, murder, arson, robbery, brawl, of course. I won't do things like rape. Wu Guang's expression changed, and his chest thumped loudly. For example, this time, you offended the clan union. As long as you're willing to spend money, points will do. I can help you kill your way up to the clan union and guarantee that they won't dare to show their faces in Immortal Constellation Mountain again. It's not like we can't talk about business. Tang Tian touched his chin as though he was talking to himself. Too embarrassing. Jinghao was expressionless, but his tone was full of helplessness, and introduced to Tang Tian. "This is my junior master Wu Guang. Don't mind him too much." With that, he flipped his palm, and 4 cards flew towards the 4 of them. Jinghao continued coldly, "It's just a small matter." Wu Guang was unhappy. "Little Jinghao, what do you mean don't mind me too much? Is this how you introduce your junior master, Wu? His tone changed and became very familiar. Young man Tang, wait till we get to know each other. You'll know that I'm a reliable person. If there's any business in the future, remember to introduce me. Tang Tian was dumbfounded. This works? But now, it seemed that there was no hope. The soft card seemed to be held by an invisible hand as it flew in front of the four of them. In front of these two shocking attacks, all of House Yu's will to resist vanished like smoke in thin air. Other than the sporadic sounds of fighting, the rest of the Yu family members all accepted their fate with a blank face. Where did this guy come from? That's right, Jinghao said solemnly. They have to first use their own martial spirit imprints to create spirit cards to form spirit generals, and then use the devouring technique to continuously devour and fuse with other spirit generals. But in this way, it looks like the spirit general's strength has increased by leaps and bounds, but the spirit general's martial spirit is already extremely heterogeneous, and there will be endless trouble in the future. Jinghao acted as if he didn't see it and continued coldly. There are many idol experts in the association. Wu Guang flew into a rage. Little Jinghao, don't think that your wings have hardened just because you've grown up. Let me tell you, when you were young, I bought candy for you to eat. It's a recently rising power, Wu Guang said with a face of disdain. This bunch of people don't follow the right path and don't train their martial techniques properly. They blindly want to take shortcuts and make themselves neither human nor ghost. Humph, it's not just that. Wu Guang shook his head. This spirit general is born from his martial spirit imprint. In order to control the spirit general, they will have a closer connection with the spirit general. When these spirit generals become heterogeneous, they will devour their master. It's been a long time since I've completed a business. If this goes on, I'll die of poverty. Kong Yu smiled slightly. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Master Wu is too polite. The blade has already rusted. You didn't pull out the blade just now. Don't think I didn't see it. Jinghao was calm as usual. Tang Tian asked straightforwardly, I want them to not enter Immortal Constellation Mountain. Tang Tian did not care about anything else. He immediately ran to Han Bingning and the rest to check. Junakiko and the rest were already pale. They were rejoicing in their hearts. Thinking about it, if Tang Tian had released his spirit general just now, the plaza would have become a river of blood, and no one would have survived. Jinghao looked at Tang Tian's expression. He smiled. They can be considered to have created a new sect, other than the Spirit General sect. There's also the Star Treasure sect and Blood Meridians sect. Our Honorable Martial Alliance is the Star Treasure sect. We are more proficient in displaying the power of star treasures, and Onyx Soul is more proficient in developing the power of Blood Meridians. These are the two biggest sections. Other than that, there's also the Ancient sect. They are obsessed with ancient mechanical techniques and are trying to revive them. There are many of them. In this world, there are all sorts of strange sections. Fortunately, they were only lightly injured and did not have any major problems. Tang Tian finally understood. He nodded his head. Jinghao was right. The pure, the martial spirit, the stronger it was. He had experienced this firsthand. She cautiously maintained a distance. Wu Guang's blade just now had allowed her to witness the power of the Heaven Shower blade. She knew she was no match for him, and this guy was famous for being unreasonable. Wu Guang was like a deflated ball. As expected, he could not be entangled with this asshole. Luckily, Kong Yu's expression changed. Shanghai Qian's face was also full of shock. But more than that, he was happy. He could not help but lament. The young Master Tian had also experienced many things that no one knew about. The barefooted burly man was enlightened. He slapped his head. Poof! Countless dust flew out from his hair like smoke. Wu Guang was immediately discouraged. He pleaded, 800 points. Fixed price. For an expert like me, the appearance fee is too low. It would be too shameful if others knew about it. Spirit generals can be merged? Tang Tian was even more curious. He had heard many things that he had never heard of before. Jinghao saw Tang Tian's blank face. He knew that Tang Tian did not know anything about the outside world. He explained, "The clan union is a clan union. They have always been researching on spirit generals merging. From the looks of it, they have succeeded." Wu Guang waved his hand. He changed the topic. He looked at Tang Tian passionately. "How is it? How is it? Do you want a business deal? Don't worry. I have my reputation. If you don't believe me, you can ask little Jinghao." Kong Yu gave him face. Wu Guang was happy. He showed off to Jinghao. "Is it Senior Ghost Claw Nong?" the barefooted burly man asked. He had a stubble on his beard. His hair was unkempt, but he had a heroic aura. "Everyone has 10 points. Take it as a small gift from me." Kong Yu had completely recovered. She did not look unnatural at all. "Ha ha," the barefooted burly man laughed. "Little Jing, how? I haven't seen you for a few years. You've grown so big." Tang Tian nodded. "Yes." He suddenly shouted, "Minister Kong, please come out for a chat. 1,000 points. Wu Guang was elated. He patted his chest. "As long as you give me 1,000 points, I guarantee that the clan union will not dare to step into Immortal Constellation Mountain." Wu Guang was about to pounce towards Jinghao while howling. When Tang Tian suddenly extended out a finger, he immediately stopped and turned his body to look at Tang Tian's finger with a look of longing. Although the 4 of them were at a disadvantage just now, and were not as eye-catching as Tang Tian, she could still see that the 4 of them had a bright future ahead of them, and she had wanted to use the 4 of them to pull Tang Tian over. "I'll give you 1,500 points." Tang Tian shook his head. "But you have to get rid of all future troubles." Wu Guang was stunned. He was overjoyed. His face was full of killing intent. "Good. I will sweep Immortal Constellation Mountain and all the nearby clan union bases. I won't even let a rat go. Business?" Tang Tian was stunned. Jinghao's face quickly returned to normal. "Why does Brother Tang want to find you? Are you stronger than Senior Ghost Claw?" Senior Ghost Claw created the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. "What did you create?" "Little Jinghao, although I watched you grow up, you've ruined my business. That means you're my enemy." Wu Guang's eyes flashed fiercely. "Don't force me to draw my blade." Wu Guang glared at him. Wu Guang turned and looked at Tang Tian. He patted his chest. "This is a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." Ghost Claw was indifferent. It was as though he did not hear anything. A graceful figure flew out and landed on a roof not far away. Kong Yu, who was dressed in plain clothes, smiled and said, "Heavenly Waterfall Blade Master Wu, how have you been?" "This is Brother Tang. He inherited Senior Ghost Claw Nong's legacy. He's also one of us." Jinghao decided to shift his gaze. That thing the last time was Brother Tang's contribution. At this moment, Jinghao walked over. He bowed to the barefooted man. "Little Master Uncle." Wu Guang's eyes twitched. He was filled with regret. Why did he remind this asshole before he brandished his blade? This kind of bastard should be chopped to death with a single slash. Even Wu Guang had to admit that he was inferior to Ghost Claw's claw. Tang Tian had such a strong helper. He did not need to do anything. Wu Guang was enraged. He pointed at Jing Hao. "Little Jing Hao, is this how you treat your little master uncle?" Wu Guang's eyes lit up. It was as though there were springs in his legs. He jumped to Tang Tian's side. Oh, Young man, you're really handsome. You're a beautiful young man. Your perfect insight can practically see through anything in this world. Jinghao stabbed him. I can do that. Jinghao had a helpless look on his face as he stared at his own toes. Just ignore him. Department head Kong. Old Wu has something to ask of you. Wu Guang said. These few rascals belong to you. I wonder if Department head Kong is willing to part with them? Jinghao replied. But I can't see through your skin. Clan Union? It was Tang Tian's first time hearing the name. Yes. Jinghao's face congealed. This has always been a taboo. A spirit general can fuse and devour other spirit generals to grow into a stronger spirit general. Ghost Claw's claw had shocked everyone, and the current him was like an ordinary old man, standing guard by Tang Tian's side, not revealing his mountains and not revealing his waters. The entire place was dead silent. To Tang Tian, 1,500 points was too cheap. Ghost Claw's comeback cost him 1,000 points, and he could only maintain it for 3 days. He could not take it anymore. Wu Guang's smile froze. You're Tang Tian. The barefooted man raised his voice. He was surprised. He sized Tang Tian up. He was satisfied. Your foundation is solid. You have a bright future. Everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. Be careful of the profiteers. Jinghao's cold voice came out again. My friends want to join the faction, but they are Department head Kong's subordinates. What should we do? Tang Tian turned to ask Wu Guang. Everyone's gaze towards Tang Tian immediately changed. Chapter 122. Then what exactly is a Heaven's Road grade martial artist? Tang Tian asked curiously. Cancel the mission. Jinghao tilted his face and said to Tang Tian, he is not reliable. Heaven Shower Blade, Wu Guang, Heaven's Road grade martial artist. Tang Tian immediately retreated, but 8 bronze men appeared around him, coming from different directions, suddenly pouncing on him. Wu Guang pulled out the broken blade from his back and angrily pointed at Jing Hao. Little Jing Hao, you are such an unfilial disciple who disgraces Master Uncle's name. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of my senior brother. The more reliable information was that Tang Tian was an honorable martial alliance person, but there was no more information. No matter how one looked at it, Tang Tian did not look like an ordinary honorable martial alliance martial artist. It was rare to hear such first-hand information, so Tang Tian listened carefully. Wu Guang's experience in Heaven's Road was plentiful. Tang Tian roared. Welcoming the bronze fist, he punched out. Amauri and the other 3 followed Jing Hao back. Such an opportunity did not come by often. And Jing Hao thought the 4 of them were still weak. At this time, staying in the honorable martial group would allow them to grow faster. Tang Tian was as slippery as a fish rushing into the bronze man's embrace, but with a swoosh, he drilled out from under the bronze man's ribs. In a moment, the Shangguan family's door was crowded with people. In Heaven's Road, the Starry Door is the most important node of the route. But very few people know that the Starry Door is not fixed, just that its cycle of change is very long. Most of them are thousands of years long. Many of the routes explored in the past, because of the changes of the Starry Door, will be cut off and gradually forgotten by people. They are like small islands in the middle of the ocean, rarely visited, and developed their own civilization. In history, many constellations were annihilated because of this. The route was cut off. What was Tang Tian's background? Tang Tian trained while patiently waiting for Chie's return. How infuriating. Wu Guang was so angry that he was wailing and stamping with rage. However, it was not his turn to be complacent. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Several sword lights bloomed. The copper swords in the hands of the thin copper men were extremely fast. Dong, it looks like you're a very ambitious young man. Why? You want to roam Heaven's Road. Wu Guang had an experienced look on his face. The power of Tang Tian's punch had clearly improved compared to before. Wu Guang scratched his head. Well, let me think. How should I put it? Oh, there are many regions in Heaven's Road. For example, here at Immortal Constellation Mountain. It is a safe region, and the development here is very thorough. But in Heaven's Road, it was just a small corner. The constellations in the safe region all had a long history. Every constellation has many starry doors, and some of them lead to unknown regions. And I am the man who opened up the waterfall channel. And Tang Tian's spirit general, the skinny old man with such a stunning claw, he was definitely not a nobody. He is the heaven shower blade, Wu Guang. Just as he left, the palm on the copper man's body suddenly spat out true power. The copper man lost his balance and fell to the side. Every day, the training grounds were the most lively place. All the Shangguan disciples were training crazily there. The victory against the Yu clan had allowed the Shangguan clan to secure their position as the #1 aristocratic family of Immortal Constellation Mountain. Suddenly, a shadow fell from the top of his head. I must never offend Big Brother Jing. How? Tang Tian was not distracted by this. He trained hard every day and did not relax at all. With him as an example, the other disciples naturally did not neglect him. Today, Tang Tian had established absolute authority in the Shangguan clan. Heaven Shower Blade Wu Guang, a genuine Heaven's Road grade martial artist. Before the Immortal Constellation crown had declined, Immortal Constellation Mountain also had a few Heaven's Road grade martial artists, but now there were none. The search for Heaven's Road has never stopped. Everyone is constantly searching for those annihilated constellations, looking for treasures, star rocks, spirit nuclei, advancing wave after wave. And the Heaven's Road grade martial artists are the best of the best. The so-called Heaven's Road grade martial artists refer to those strong martial artists who have the ability to open up new stargates. Just that they had just reunited and had to part ways, everyone was reluctant. Oh my God! Heaven's Road grade martial artist. Oh, it's quite far. We have to pass through more than 20 abandoned planets. Oh, abandoned planets refer to those planets that have no value. These kinds of planets are the most common in Heaven's Road, and there are many of them. The environment of the abandoned planets are usually very bad. The most dangerous planet, the wind is like knives, and I can only crawl through the cracks in the ground. That godforsaken place, I don't want to go there a second time. But after grinding there for 5 months, my blade techniques have improved quite a bit. Very quickly, the Shangguan clan gradually regained its former tranquility. Wu Guang's tone was arrogant as he used his thumb to point at himself. Wu Guang was like a deflated ball. He leaned over and said, "What's the point? We're all family. It hurts our relationship. Young man Tang, you'll know in the future, Heaven's Road grade martial artists have a high appearance fee." Yes, I've made an appointment with Chia to go to Heaven's Road together. Tang Tian did not hide anything and said calmly. The 4 of them did not have enough understanding of the points, so they did not mind. But Jing Hao was secretly surprised by Tang Tian's generosity. Sounds powerful. Tang Tian's eyes lit up when he heard, waterfall, waterway? Then where does it go? The other bronze figure that rushed over from the side could not react in time, and immediately crashed into each other. But a ball of fist shadows had already rushed in front of Tang Tian. Dead silence. The shocked people suddenly remembered the name that Kong Yu mentioned, and remembered the meaning behind the name. Chamber of the 18 bronze figures. Dust rose up, and the ground trembled. Many people think that there are no people in those unknown regions, and that thinking is completely wrong. Humans have a long history of venturing into Heaven's Road, and in history there were many strong martial artists that ventured deep into Heaven's Road. Some came back, some stayed there, and they reproduced there. And after tens of thousands of years, they developed a world that belongs to them. Is it because they were beaten like dogs by my master? Jinghao's tone was calm, without any fluctuations. Tang Tian stared at Jing, Hao, and Wu Guang in shock. The image of Big Brother Jing, Hao in his mind, was completely overturned. The various powerhouses immediately understood one fact, and that was the current Shangguan family was definitely not someone they could provoke. So on the second day, the various patriarchs all came to apologize to their juniors for causing trouble the day before. Godlike young man, Wu Guang was stunned, and then laughed out loud, and did not hide his admiration. I like that name. A young man should have such lofty sentiments and ambitions. Oh, thinking back in the past, my biggest opponent was my senior brother. I trained hard day and night, and worked hard. Finally, bang! Tang Tian and Wu Guang chatted happily, and seemed to have a deep friendship, which was seen by everyone, and Wu Guang even had a fawning expression, which made people even more shocked. Wu Guang did not stay for long, and left Immortal Constellation Mountain, and began to sweep the surrounding clan unions' strongholds. Jing Hao also had to leave. He was going back to his master. It was said that after Tang Tian presented the training spirit apparatus, they had substantial progress. This time, Jing Hao was going back to train his martial spirit. The 18 bronze men, one by one, stood up and turned to leave. On the ground, there was a human-shaped pit. This was the first time Tang Tian had seen a real strong martial artist. His strength was so strong that even Kong Yu, who had already stepped into the 8th level, did not dare to go against him. The Shangguan family's atmosphere had changed. You guys are too shameless. Tang Tian's heart-wrenching howl reverberated in the chamber of the bronze men. The largest bronze man unknowingly appeared above his head and suddenly smashed down. Heaven shower blade. Tang Tian was scared out of his wits. Upon seeing that all directions were sealed, he clenched his teeth, bent his knees, and prepared to escape upwards. Wu Guang's tone was leisurely, fascinated. Beaten like a dog. Jing Hao suddenly interrupted. Wu Guang's last sentence could not help but be proud. Tang Tian raised his head. His face was pale. Is it very far? Tang Tian revealed a look of yearning. Everyone felt that it was very reasonable. This battle made a Maori and the rest truly realize their strength was too low. Even the clan union's spirit generals were not their opponents. Systematic training was what they needed the most. And Jing Hao also guaranteed that they were in the base. He would take good care of them. Tang Tian blankly turned to ask Jing, How? What is a Heaven's Road grade martial artist? Is it a martial artist who can go to Heaven's Road? Wu Guang's killing intent, as though it was real, shocked everyone present. It was just a bold statement, but the killing intent pierced through the air, causing everyone present to be indescribably shocked. Tang Tian did not refute with Wu Guang's strength. He indeed had the qualifications to say that his strength was weak. But Wu Guang choked, as though he was choking. His face flushed red. After a moment, he regained his strength and angrily scolded, Today, I will help my senior brother take care of you. The heavy bronze man was hit by the fist and stopped moving. Tang Tian knew that Big Brother Jing Hao was a man of his words. Since he had made such a promise, he would definitely do it. Waterfall Planet. Wu Guang revealed a look of reminiscence. A very beautiful place. On that planet, there are beautiful waterfalls everywhere. The locals are also very kind. A pity it is not a constellation and does not produce treasures. He clenched his fist tightly, without dodging, his eyes blazing with a fighting spirit. He opened his eyes wide and stared back without showing any weakness. Humph! Aren't you just a Heaven's Road grade martial artist? Just wait to be defeated by this godlike young man. Then you must definitely be careful. The strong martial artists and star spirit beasts on Heaven's Road are all very powerful. Your current strength is a little weak. Wu Guang smacked his lips. But Jing Hao's face was calm and serious as he nodded his head. That's right. So, Heaven's Road grade martial artist is nothing special. Tang Tian distributed the remaining points he had to the four of them. Only then did everyone realize in front of them was a very strong martial artist. Tang Tian shrunk his shoulder like lightning, who a thick and solid bronze arm brought with it a terrifying sound, narrowly brushing past. Tang Tian's hand grabbed onto the incoming bronze man's arm. Following the strength of the bronze man's arm, his body strangely swayed, crashing into the chest of the bronze man. Almost at the same time, at least 3 rays of energy brushed past his body. Chapter 123. The 3 big armies are all extremely strong. The Scorpio army and the Snake army are all ecliptic palaces constellations. They represent the strongest constellations. Their strength is not unexpected. But what about the Southern Cross army? The Southern Cross constellation is the smallest constellation, but it is extremely mysterious. Where did the mechanical techniques that they relied on to contend against come from? Who created this army? Where did they come from? The depths of the Southern Cross constellation. Bing blurted out, "Impossible. We have explored the depths of the Southern Cross constellation before." No, wait. They are simply 18 rotten ruffians. Bing frowned, revealing a look of deep thought. After a while, he shook his head. "I don't know. The captain's background is very mysterious. Everyone has asked him, but he has never said anything." Tang Tian clenched his teeth. He was tortured by these people every day. He did not dare to imagine that the recruits of the Southern Cross Army actually had to pass through the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. Those people were so pitiful, Tang Tian's smile disappeared. He frowned. "Her study room? Bring me there." Tang Tian said without hesitation. To any family, such an improvement was considered a qualitative leap. Young Master Tian had unknowingly grown to a stage that shocked everyone. Where is the recruit camp? Isn't it in the Southern Cross constellation? Tang Tian asked Bing. "Uncle, is it like that?" Tang Tian raised his head and asked. These 2 rascals have improved quite a bit. Their favorite tactic was to rush forward together. Their favorite way of fighting was to gang up. Tang Tian muttered in his heart. Chia asked him to enter the study room. She must have left something there. With the number 11 bronze figure that was as skinny as a bamboo pole, he was simply a peerless swordsman. Using a sword, you should use 2 swords to be worthy of your number. Uncle Qian saw the improvement of the youths of the Shangguan family. In less than 2 months, the standards of these youths had increased by a level. Yes, the main force of the army is usually stationed in the Southern Cross constellation. That is the headquarters. They rarely go out. Bing nodded. There are branches everywhere. Yes, Bing shook his head, but it is not on the same planet as the headquarters. There are 4 planets in the Southern Cross constellation. The entire planet has been sealed by the gray fog of time. Chia knew that she wasn't very smart, so she definitely wouldn't hide things very well. At that time, everyone thought that the guild leader was acting weird, but since he was the biggest, if he wanted to build it, then let him. Could it be that there are some secrets hidden there? Bing muttered to himself. The fuming Tang Tian returned to the martial arts practice field. He looked around with an unfriendly expression. The surrounding air pressure and temperature suddenly dropped. Fortunately, Chia was smart. Big 9 was bronze man number 9. The thing that made people feel despair the most was that it was as huge as a small mountain. Even Tang Tian, who had outstanding arm strength, wanted to overturn it was an extremely difficult task. What was worse was that it loved to jump high up in the sky, and then sit down. Could it be that the Southern Cross constellation really has some secrets? Tang Tian asked curiously. Bing's expression became weird. There's a small base there, built by the captain. Wretched, shameless, sinister, Big Brother Tian, the origin of your Southern Cross hardship plate is not simple. After the era of the three great armies, the Southern Cross constellation, star treasure, has never appeared again. If the Southern Cross Army treated the Southern Cross constellation as their base, then the Southern Cross hardship plate must be one of their most important treasures. It is extremely possible that it is the key to the Southern Cross Army. After the Southern Cross Army was annihilated, the wealth and inheritance of the Southern Cross Army completely disappeared and is still a mystery to this day. In the midst of Bing's complacent chatter, Tang Tian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Without saying a word, he swung his arms and moved forward. You bunch of ruffians, just you wait. I will definitely break all of you into scrap metal. Tang Tian continued to read. Then take the sea route, Tang Tian said resolutely. Yes. What made Tang Tian grit his teeth the most was that the 18 bronze men did not have the slightest awareness of being experts. Their components definitely did not have the noble quality of duels, and definitely did not have the temperament of arrogance. Just now, Tang Tian had suffered a solid hit. Uncle Qian, you were looking for me? Tang Tian jumped onto the balcony. This balcony was the highest point of the Shangguan family and could overlook the entire Shangguan family. He waved his hand. Uncle Qian, don't be so courteous. Finally, in an ancient book, I found some useful clues. The Southern Cross constellation once gave birth to a strong army called the Southern Cross Army. During the three-generation army era, the Scorpio Army and the Snake Army were the three strongest forces. In the final battle, the Scorpio Army won, and thus created the Scorpio dynasty. However, the surprising thing was, after the Southern Cross Army was defeated, the Southern Cross constellation quietly disappeared from everyone's sight. In the next few thousand years, no one could find any information related to the Southern Cross constellation. Walking to the bookshelf, Tang Tian indeed found a letter that Chia left for him. Uncle Qian nodded, and his expression became solemn. When Miss left, she said that if she did not return in 2 months, she would bring you to her study room. There were many hands, many arms, and many weapons in the 4th, 5th, and 6th Bronze Men group. How could they provoke such triplets? Tang Tian continued to read. Bing shook his head. I don't know. Tang Tian did not think much of it. If Uncle Qian knew that this amount of training was only a portion of his training, would he be scared? This place, it's so stressful. Shangguan Wei and Shangguan Zhu, these two rascals, immediately shivered and became 120% alert, and even their shouts became louder. But it was a pity their performance did not allow them to escape this calamity. This question piqued my curiosity, until I found the commander of this army, Meng Yi. The higher-ups of the Southern Cross Army are very strong and gathered a large number of outstanding talents. And Meng Yi is one of the strongest, but his background is different from the others. Meng Yi's background is unknown. Seeing this, Tang Tian asked Bing without hesitation, Hey, Uncle, do you know the background of your commander? Both of their faces immediately turned ashen. Tang Tian looked at Chia's graceful handwriting and was moved. He could imagine Chia, in order to help him find information on the Southern Cross hardship plate, spent a lot of effort. Tang Tian hurriedly asked, Why, 18 rascals. Each of them can form a team, and there are still 7 substitutes. The Southern Cross Army must have an unknown mission. After my research on the army, I am even more certain of this point. Out of the 3 big armies, the Southern Cross Army lacks the ambition to expand. This is also very strange. Yes, Uncle Chien looked at the frowning Tang Tian and suddenly felt some pressure. I suspect, Uncle, that there is a high possibility that you entered the Southern Cross constellation or have some connection with the Southern Cross Army. I found the opening time of the Oblivion crack of the Southern Cross constellation, but you could not make it in time. Now that you have seen this letter, I am afraid that you have met with trouble. On the back of the letter, there is a map from the Immortal constellation to the Southern Cross constellation. There are some places that are not accurate, Big Brother Tian. It can only be used as a reference. The establishment of the Southern Cross Army, this mysterious Captain Meng Yi played an important role. I started to look for this mysterious captain's background, but the Southern Cross Army is too far away from us and left behind too few clues. Until one time, when an ancient book was describing this captain, it mentioned that he came from the depths of the Southern Cross constellation. The matter of Tang Tian possessing the Southern Cross constellation was only known to Chia. Tang Tian looked around. Huh? His gaze landed on a symbol on a bookshelf, and Tang Tian's eyes immediately lit up. Southern Cross constellation. Young Master Tian, you have worked hard these few days. Tang Tian swallowed his saliva. To a simple-minded, lively, and hot-blooded young man, a place like a study was definitely a place that could easily be mocked. It was the first time Tang Tian entered Chia's study. Bing was not stupid. He had a deeper understanding of the captain, and once he thought about it, he recalled many past events. With the number 1 bronze figure, who was proficient in close combat, how could the bronze head not be polished? How could it not be used to dazzle people's eyes? After a while, the training grounds had 2 more pools of mud. Tang Tian then heaved a sigh of relief and left in satisfaction. And young Master Tian spent a lot of time every day to guide them. He had endured in the chamber of the 18 bronze figures for so long, but until now, he still had not found a way to pass. He had already lost count of the number of battles he had fought, but no matter what method he used, even if he could temporarily gain the upper hand, he would very quickly be drowned by the sea of bronze figures. The Southern Cross Army is most famous for their mechanical techniques. Even until today, they still represent the pinnacle of mechanical techniques in this world. Being defeated and annihilated in history, this is very common. The investigation here was interrupted until one day I suddenly found a very strange problem. Big Brother Tian, if you read this letter, it must be because I met with trouble in the Southern Cross constellation. These 2 years, I have been secretly investigating the information related to the Southern Cross hardship plate. The Southern Cross constellation has always been known as the smallest constellation discovered by humans. Other than that, there is almost no other information. Immortal constellation has been in decline for too long and is too far from the center of the world. There is very little valuable information. I can only place my hopes on some ancient records that talk about treasures and hope to find some clues. These few days, he had been cultivating with all his might and felt that he did not know the time. When Uncle Chien saw Tang Tian, he could not help but reveal a warm smile. Why is the Southern Cross Army annihilated? And this bastard still exists. Tang Tian's hard work was seen by Uncle Chien. Every day, Tang Tian would lead by example, appear in the training grounds, and train much more than the others. If not for the young Master Tian's stimulation, how would these fellows be so hard-working? Tang Tian, and continued to read. Bing also floated out and came over to read. But so cool. I know, Big Brother Tian, you will definitely come to find me, but no matter what, you must be careful. Chia's study was very big, and in the middle there was a desk, and it was slightly spacious. All 4 sides were bookshelves sticking to the wall, and every bookshelf was filled with all sorts of books, many of which were yellowed and old, and looked very old. The letter ended here. Young man, don't be too sad. big nines, but has the reputation of a chrysanthemum pressing against the sea. This sentence means it presses against the chest, like the sea. So, you don't have to be too sad. I know this feeling is not good, but every young man who grows up to be a man needs to experience this kind of painful realization. I will do it again tomorrow. Oh, it's decided. The two of you come over. I want to see your improvement these 2 days. Tang Tian said with an unfriendly expression. Chapter 124. Be careful, there used to be many star spirit beasts roaming around here. Bing reminded Tang Tian. I have checked, this is now a hunting spirit region. You have to pay attention to Yaya, although the Bud Spirit General's power is weak, but it is very agile. When this ball of mist flew in front of Tang Tian, it was already like a wall of mist crushing towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian heard it and became excited. What method? Bing showed an expression of, it has nothing to do with me, but pointed behind Tang Tian. Walk 200 meters backwards, turn right. Bing took the route, looked at it carefully for a long time, and shook his head. The position is wrong. He did not continue to train in higher-level martial techniques, but continued to train in the concussion fist, which he had already trained to perfection, and cultivated a killing technique. Bing's eyes widened and said unkindly, Are you questioning the familiarity of an elder of the army with the army encampment? The position of Southern Cross constellation is slightly off. Bing said seriously, although the star door will change, but the position of the constellation should not have too big of a change. Wherever the mist passed, the ground would be covered with a layer of frost. Seeing that Sai Lei was about to speak, he stared and raised his voice. Don't talk nonsense with me. Go quickly. How is it not easy to walk? Tang Tian asked. Tang Tian raised his arm. Sai Lei screamed and flew into the pool. Without saying a word, Tang Tian carried Sai Lei and walked towards the direction Bing pointed. Wash up properly. If you make any more noise, don't even think about touching these mechanical weapons in the future. The spirit snake's speed was faster than Tang Tian thought. Very quickly, it appeared in front of him. The snake's body was about 3 meters, as thick as an adult's arm. The snake's body was covered with a layer of fine bronze scales. These fine bronze scales formed a unique pattern, but what made Tang Tian's heart tremble was the snake's head. Bing looked up to the sky, revealing a pondering expression, and suddenly said, Who knows, after all, so many years have passed. Maybe those star spirit beasts in the past are no longer here. I still have to go to the actual site to be clear. Bing rolled his eyes. I already said that road is not easy to walk on. Yaya's size didn't change much, but the patterns on its armor became clearer. However, the most obvious change was the small flag on its back. The burning of the Fornax gauntlet caused a huge change in Tang Tian's feelings towards the treasure. In the past, secret treasures were just treasures in his eyes, but now he treated them more like living beings. Sai Lei scolded. What are you doing? Don't waste my time. He selectively ignored the loss he had suffered at Sai Lei's hands. Leaving the Shangguan family, Tang Tian found a secluded corner and entered the martial spirit chamber, then entered Three Spirits City. Tang Tian was immediately on guard. However, it wasn't that he hadn't improved in the past few days. Just based on its chi, the star spirit snake in front of him was of a higher level than the other star spirit beasts he had met before. Enter the spirit region from the martial spirit hall. There was a road in the Soul region that led directly to the headquarters encampment. In the past, there were often people who used it. However, that road wasn't easy to walk. Bing explained. Tang Tian's face changed. Old soldier. Tang Tian frowned. If it was in the past, he would definitely have disdained Bing's words. However, after struggling in the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, Tang Tian understood how powerful the old soldier was. From Bing's tone, Tang Tian could tell that there was definitely a mechanical engineer who had offended him. Tang Tian took up a defensive stance and stared at the star spirit snake in front of him. Voila! Countless water splashed out. Suddenly, Yaya quietened down. The small flag on its back also stopped waving. It bent its waist and stared in front of it with a look of alertness. Tang Tian secretly clicked his tongue. He was somewhat impressed. Tang Tian did not retreat. The star spirit snake in front of him allowed him to have an intuitive assessment of the danger ahead. If he could not even handle this star spirit snake, then he would not be able to go deeper. The road ahead would only be more dangerous. Oscillation. His goal was to comprehend the true meaning of oscillation. The hunting spirit region was filled with danger. Occasionally, he would meet martial artists who came to hunt for spirit nuclei. However, the direction that Bing was pointing in was deserted. Tang Tian actually did not meet a single martial artist. Then you better say goodbye to them. Bing reminded Tang Tian. This time, we might be staying in the spirit region for a long time. Hey, Sai Lei! Tang Tian shouted. Sai Lei did not seem to hear him. Tang Tian had no choice but to raise his voice and shout again. He had personally experienced how powerful this woman was. Are you for real? Tang Tian looked at Bing in disbelief. Stop pretending. Tang Tian saw Sai Lei's expression. He raised his hand and acted as though he was going to stop her. In the middle of every feather of the blue peacock, there was an additional thin silver thread. A surge of power came from the armor. Tang Tian felt his entire body brimming with power. Tang Tian nodded his head. He did not say anything. The blue peacock appeared on the surface of his body. He had no choice but to lower his head. Tang Tian nodded his head. That's right, that's right. He did not know if it was because of this thought, but the connection between Tang Tian and the star treasure became even closer. Tang Tian's world opened up to a whole new window. Tang Tian's expression was calm and collected. He bent his waist. His right fist clenched in front of him. He grabbed the air. Countless vibrations appeared to be grabbed into his hand. In the middle of the triangular snake head, there was a human face. Sai Lei then heard it. Her eyes slowly regained their focus. Upon seeing Tang Tian, she said, "You're here?" She turned and left. Tang Tian's shriveled money bag suddenly became full again. Bing did not care about Tang Tian. He muttered, "The starry door can change. I have never been to a mortal constellation before, but I think if you want to return to the headquarters encampment, there is a way." The clothes on her body had been changed. It was very dry. Her wet hair was draped over her shoulders. Her face seemed to be stained with a layer of water vapor. Her originally beautiful face had an additional indescribable gentleness. Furthermore, her timid expression made her look even more pitiful. Tang Tian was embarrassed. You see, Chia said it too. There are many places that are not accurate. Sai Lei jumped in fright. She immediately ran to sleep. It's the star spirit snake. Bing reminded Tang Tian. Sai Lei saw Tang Tian. It was as if she did not see him. She was mumbling to herself. This young lad did not slack off at all. Suddenly, the star spirit snake spat out a ball of mist. The moment the mist left the snake's mouth, it expanded rapidly. The surrounding air started to vibrate. Ghost Claw and Wu Guang gave Tang Tian a shock that he had never experienced before. It was the first time he understood that a true martial technique could be so strong. Upon seeing that, Tang Tian frowned. Without saying a word, he shot forward and picked Sai Lei up. He turned and asked Bing, "Where's the pool?" "Now go and sleep." Tang Tian raised his other hand. He stopped the anxious Sai Lei from speaking. His tone was unquestionable. "Don't bargain with me. If you die from exhaustion, I'll lose a lot." "That's great. Tang Tian was overjoyed. He raised his arms and cheered, "Let's go! Let's go!" A ray of red light flashed in the distance. 6th level. "This woman won't go crazy, right?" Tang Tian asked Bing worriedly. Sai Lei, who was about to scold him, immediately shut up. Tang Tian's words struck her Achilles' heel. Not letting her touch the mechanical weapons, that was worse than killing her. Tang Tian looked at the scattered parts of the mechanical weapons beneath his feet. In this period of time, Sai Lei had dismantled countless mechanical weapons, and the parts were everywhere. This woman was crazy. Tang Tian felt that Bing was right. He went to bid farewell to Uncle Qian. Uncle Qian guessed that Tang Tian was going to look for Missy. He did not hold him back. Instead, he gave Tang Tian many star rocks and spirit nuclei. The star spirit snake's cold eyes stared intently at Tang Tian. That expressionless face seemed to be filled with a vicious aura. The surrounding temperature dropped. Snowflakes started to fall around the star spirit snake. After saying that, Tang Tian turned and left. Sai Lei struggled in Tang Tian's hands. But Tang Tian did not care. This woman did not care about her life. He saw that Sai Lei's eyes were bloodshot. He knew that she had not slept for many days. Sai Lei immediately became obedient. In this period of time, Tang Tian insisted on using his silver martial spirit to nourish the blue peacock martial spirit. These star spirit beasts absorbed the ancient martial spirit shards. That's why they have human faces. Bing's tone became serious. He lowered his voice. "You have to be careful. Their powers are much stronger than normal star spirit beasts. Try it. If you can't, run. We can plan this out." There was indeed a pond. It was flowing water. There was a bronze waterway. The water flowed into the pond. Following that, a rustling sound could be heard. Not long after, Sai Lei was done bathing. But looking at Sai Lei, who did not look like a human or a ghost, Tang Tian almost could not recognize her. Messy hair and dirty face. Her clothes were dirty and torn. She was comparable to Wu Guang. She was actually extremely tired. Her mind was in a daze. How did this fellow become so fierce? Coming out of the base, under Bing's guidance, Tang Tian started to head deeper into the spirit region. As though it was because of returning to the old haunt, Yaya became extremely lively. She kept on shouting. Three Spirits City was no different from the last time he left. But after the incident with the Lin family, the city seemed to have withered a lot. Even the people on the streets seemed to have lessened. Tang Tian did not attract anyone's attention. He first returned to the military warehouse. "Young lad, I couldn't tell. You're so domineering." Bing was surprised. Seeing that Sai Lei had gone to sleep, Tang Tian and Bing went to investigate the terrain. Tang Tian found Sai Lei in the military warehouse. Wrong position? Tang Tian was startled. Bing was experienced and knowledgeable. These people are like that. When they meet something that they are obsessed with, they will not care about their lives. TSK. A few thousand years ago, the mechanical engineers were like that. The current mechanical engineers are still like that. In the past, only old soldiers could pass through that path. Bing sized up Tang Tian. He raised his eyebrows. "Young lad, you're still far from it." The blue peacock became even stronger. Tang Tian's face was as it should be. "Of course. Don't you see who it is? A godlike young lad. What can't he take down?" Chapter 125. Sai Lei, who was full of gossip, shouted unwillingly. "Who?" Tang Tian punched out. The air around Tang Tian started to vibrate rhythmically. The vibrations caused the air to ripple, and Tang Tian's figure became blurred and distorted. The low-cut collar was completely unable to wrap around her full breasts, hot and sexy. She nonchalantly combed the bangs in front of her forehead, regaining her pure and enchanting eyes, flashing with an unfathomable light aura. Do you want to consider the mechanical weapon? Silei's voice came from behind them. After sleeping, she had completely recovered. The blood veins in her eyes had disappeared, and she did not have the slightest bit of muddle-headedness, and had once again become the astute and powerful Silei. I miss her a lot. I wonder how she is. But I am not too worried. Chia has always been stronger than me and smarter than me. I have complete confidence in her. Tang Tian's face revealed a look of reminiscence, but immediately he turned his face and made a face at Silei. Young lady, do you think a godlike young man will blame himself? Ha ha. Also, what was that? You have already worked hard. This kind of words is not suitable for me. The sudden disappearance of the fog wall caused the star spirit snake to be shocked. The star spirit snake that was originally about to rush forward suddenly retracted its upper body and revealed a defensive posture. Countless vibrations and ripples converged on his fist, as though his fist was pulling on a bunch of thin threads. What worries can I have? Tang Tian regained his senses and laughed out loud. Suddenly, he returned to the time in Star Wind City, day after day, the boring and tedious training. Because he did not want others to laugh at him, he would usually train alone in the desolate mountain people. Chia would often run over to accompany him, but most of the time, he was alone. No way. Bing cut in and explained. This route was actually in the army and was not a secret. Many people would walk on this route, but the army had a clear ban. Because this route leads to the heart of the headquarters, to the defense, it was a hidden danger. However, there were many people who slacked off, and they continued to do so despite being prohibited. At that time, many people were punished. After that, it was the leader who came out and let the mechanical engineers create many traps. As long as they controlled the mechanical weapons, they would be attacked. Tang Tian's heart shivered. An extremely cold qi drilled into his fist. His crane body energy was actually unable to dissolve it immediately. It took a full 3 seconds for the crane body energy to dissipate the chill. Tang Tian's expression was very ugly. He snorted, unconvinced. I can kill it. After saying that, he immediately got up and fled. Tang Tian scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. I used to have bad grades, so I had to repeat a few years. Those fine ripples appeared again, and the surrounding air also began to vibrate visibly. He carefully felt the vibrations. His outstanding intuition made him extremely sensitive to every change in his surroundings. His understanding of vibrations was much deeper than before. And then, Bing's face revealed a look of ridicule. This is the first star spirit beast that you have met, and I can guarantee that it still has other killing techniques. That's right. Bing's face revealed a look of reminiscence. In the past, we would meet a lot of them. Don't look down on the ancient martial artists. Although their martial techniques were not as complicated as now, there were many patterns, simple and unadorned, but the power was rather astonishing. And these star spirit beasts' bodies were already very strong and were able to unleash the full power of these martial techniques. Tang Tian was stumped by this question. What are you thinking about? Actually, I don't know what I'm thinking about, but I'm thinking about the times when I was training. Tang Tian found Bing and expressed his thoughts. Let's go back first. Bing appeared behind Tang Tian. Chia, I'm coming. The true power in his body moved, and he clenched his fist outside the base, on top of a towering stone pillar. Another voice shouted in Tang Tian's heart. When you were training in the past, Silei suddenly became interested. You must have been very powerful in the past. Were you always number 1 in the school? Top 3? Hey. Finish talking before you leave. You can't be like this. Hanging halfway, that's the most annoying. Resting his elbows on his knees, Tang Tian looked at the sky far away, lost in thought. He had been improving every day, but this time he felt that he had reached a bottleneck. The clear and crisp sound of glass breaking. The fog wall crumbled and disappeared at an astonishing speed in the air. "Stop it!" Siley rolled his eyes. "You're thinking about Chia. Don't blame yourself. You've already worked very hard. Hey, sitting here alone, what's on your mind?" Siley casually sat beside Tang Tian and teased him. A godlike young lad doesn't look like someone with something on his mind. Hearing that, Tang Tian slowly retreated. The star spirit snake also knew that Tang Tian was not to be trifled with, so it stood at its original position and did not chase after him. Dusk, Tang Tian was still in disbelief and mumbled, "If I had known, I would have tried it today. It was time. Wouldn't it be better to just block it? Your commander's way of thinking is so weird." Tang Tian did not understand. What killing technique? Tang Tian raised his head and looked at Bing. Cough. Tang Tian did not know how to explain, and his own dark history. If it landed in Siley's hands, it would be too dangerous. He pretended and said, "It's almost time to rest. I'm going to start training." Back at the base. Just like that, sitting on the mountain peak, watching the night sky darkening, watching the moon rising and becoming brighter. "There's no good way. You have to open up this path yourself." Bing shook his head. "I don't have any good ideas to think of. Luckily, the base is still intact with your current progress. You just need to spend some time. But this is already the shortest path." There was no exhalation, no explosion, just a quiet punch. Bing. The fist brought along countless ripples, quietly imprinting on the fog wall. Tang Tian secretly clenched his fist. Siley, who was in his normal state, immediately made Tang Tian feel the pressure and had a slight headache. All these fine ripples were formed by the true power vibrations. Tang Tian had spent a lot of effort on analyzing the true power vibrations, and his improvement was obvious. But now he had reached a bottleneck. True power was like a string, its vibrations was the source of the vibrations. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew, and there was one more person beside him. He had just come out from the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. His entire body was drenched in sweat, sweat dripping down his chins. His hurried breathing gradually calmed down. The anger from being ganged up on by 18 assholes also gradually subsided. "I don't know." Bing's expression became serious. "These star spirit beasts have all absorbed the ancient spirit general fragments. Don't look down on these ancient spirit general fragments, although they are not high level and are very fragmented, but they usually contain the martial technique imprints of the martial artist when he was alive. Once these star spirit beasts absorb these ancient martial spirit fragments, these martial technique imprints will also be absorbed by them." That was Tang Tian's problem. His true power was unable to withstand any stronger vibrations. He needed to let his true power become stronger and more condensed, stronger and more tenacious, thicker and more solid to be able to explore further. Such a scene could not be said to be magnificent and colorful, but it seemed to have the power to calm people's hearts. The mechanical weapons here are very outstanding. If you guys are not satisfied, coincidentally, I have some insights. Recently, the ancient spirit beads that you gave me the last time, I have not used them. I can try to create a new generation of mechanical weapons. Siley's eyes lit up with a hint of fanaticism. You can use it in actual combat and provide me with feedback and information. The ripples that were lingering around Tang Tian were attracted by Tang Tian's fists and quickly gathered towards Tang Tian's fists. Her tone changed. "Then what are you thinking about alone here?" Tang Tian escaped even faster. True power, not knowing if it was because of the rays of the setting sun or because of the young man's flamboyance. Siley's mind was distracted for a moment. Her long eyelashes drooped down, hiding the pure and enchanting world. She snorted. Egomaniac! I want to see how far you can go. Uncle, let's begin. I have long wanted to experience the ancient martial techniques. Using battle to nurture battle, it sounds like an expert style. The spirit region's dusk was different from normal planets. The sky was a faint blood-red color. The sunset glow was like strands of red seaweed, hanging in the sky. The orange-yellow setting sun slowly set, and the amber moon quietly rose. Every time Sai Lei's eyes revealed a fanatical look, the pressure that enveloped Tang Tian's heart would immediately disappear. Stayed back for so many years. Sai Lei was stunned. She could not believe her own ears, her face looking like she had seen a ghost. No way. Which school is your school, to be so strong that even with your standard, you can only stay back a year? Oh my God! There is such a strong school in this world. I actually did not know. You must tell me. Tang Tian stared intently at the star spirit snake. The star spirit snake also stared intently at Tang Tian, both of them in a stalemate. Tang Tian was stunned. After a long while, he stammered, "You mean these star spirit beasts know martial techniques?" His way of thinking has always been weird. Bing waved his hand. "If you do not use the mechanical weapons and rely on your own strength to pass through this road, you will not be punished. Leader thinks that this kind of action should be praised." Sai Lei was stunned. "Not suitable for you?" Tang Tian stopped, his face full of perspiration, mist rising, but he did not feel it, his head lowered, his gaze staring intently at his own fist. Bing glanced at him. "Relax, you will have plenty of chances." The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the young man's untamed face. Clenching his fist, he bent his thumb and pointed at himself, arrogantly saying, "Godlike young man is destined to become the strongest martial artist. In my dictionary, how can there be words like, 'You have already worked very hard'?" But this string, its thickness, toughness, and hardness, all decided the intensity of the vibrations it could withstand. "Then what do we do now?" Tang Tian looked at Bing. Such a powerful cold chi. Chapter 126. Using battle to nurture battle, the effect was the best. This brat, as expected, has some skills. Idiot! The ripples converged at an astonishing speed, and a transparent ball of light quietly and quickly formed in the snake's mouth, and was immediately swallowed. "You still have the strength to fight." Bing mocked. Tang Tian stared at the star spirit snake in front of him. The last time he retreated, Tang Tian was still brooding over it. He did not expect to meet it again, and he was immediately excited. The snake's taut tail suddenly became soft in midair. Like a steel whip, it curled towards Tang Tian's neck. The star spirit snake, in midair, without any warning, the star spirit snake's eyeballs suddenly popped out, and its entire body froze. If not for the blue peacock blocking, his entire body would have been covered with a layer of ice. The cold air around the star spirit snake suddenly became dense, and suddenly a cold light from below, shwa, went straight for Tang Tian's face. This was Tang Tian's new discovery. "Do you accept star spirit beasts here?" Tang Tian asked. The star spirit snake's momentary confusion to Tang Tian was the best opportunity. Hearing that, the shop assistant looked at Tang Tian from head to toe, and his eyes constricted. Tang Tian's body still carried the killing intent from killing the star spirit snake, and the shop assistant knew how powerful it was, and immediately said, "Yes, of course we do. I wonder what level of star spirit beast you hunted. Let's start with you." SSSSS. If it was before, Tang Tian would definitely be at a loss when faced with such a situation. But inside the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, being at a disadvantage, getting hit, etc., was normal. At this time, the most important thing was to not give the opponent the chance to continue attacking. Yaya skipped over, seeing the corpse of the star spirit snake on the floor. Its eyes lit up. It raised the little bow in its hand, using the bowstring and the blade, it started to cut the star spirit snake. Tang Tian had a misconception. The snake tail's attack was like a sword expert, the tip of the sword flicking. Thinking about what Bing had said, these star spirit beasts merged with the ancient martial spirit fragments, and also inherited the martial techniques from the fragments. Rank 6 Star Soul Snake. Tang Tian did not waste any time and took out the parts of the Star Soul Snake. I wonder how much the rest of the things can be sold for. Tang Tian rubbed his chin in anticipation. It was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Tang Tian. Sizzle! Tang Tian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Even with true power, Tang Tian's palms were numb. He hurriedly threw the ice ball in his hand far away. The ice ball drew a parabola and fell more than 100 feet away, shattering into pieces. Where he landed, a thick layer of ice immediately formed. Peacock! The star spirit beast carried the inertia and crashed headfirst into Tang Tian, who was enveloped in blue light. Ha ha! I knew you were going to use this move. His movements were swift and agile, causing Tang Tian to be dumbfounded. Tang Tian nodded. He sat down and started to summarize the battle. Tang Tian was embarrassed, but said honestly, I need to rest for a day. Tang Tian lowered his head. Who? The snake's tail brushed past his scalp. These spirit nuclei have merged with the ancient martial spirit fragments and are not pure enough, so they can't be sold for a good price. Bing explained, but to Yaya they are good stuff. I remember there was a guy in the army who specially collected these spirit nuclei and fed them to Bud's spirit generals. In the end, his Bud spirit generals were very powerful. Nothing could make people more focused than the threat of death. There was no kind of improvement that was faster than in battle. This was the first star spirit beast that Tang Tian killed. So fast, a fist wrapped with countless ripples landed on the snake's body. Pa! The sound was not loud, but the snake's body trembled. Where Tang Tian's fist landed, countless cracks spread out like a spider web. Seems like it can be done later on, but it requires the Bud Spirit General's strength to reach a certain level. Bing recalled, and was somewhat uncertain. Tang Tian's eyes blurred, and his vision was completely occupied by the huge snake's body. He was shocked, and immediately protected his vitals. The snake's body coiled together, and there was no flaw. Bang! The snake's body seemed to have been stuffed with a big firecracker and exploded. The extremely cold fog rapidly corroded the blue peacock's feathers, and in the blink of an eye, the blue peacock was covered with a layer of frost. 6th level spirit nuclei. Tang Tian's face was filled with pain. Battles were forever different from training. Even though the chamber of the 18 bronze figures was so intense, it was still incomparable to battles. In battles, a little carelessness could result in death. Tang Tian roared. Both his arms bent in front of his body, and the armor on his body shone brightly, and a layer of faint blue light floated. He exhaled, and his feet sank into the ground, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he rushed towards the star spirit snake. If not for the star spirit beast's last attack, facing the snake with layers upon layers of snake scales, it would not have been easy for him to break through its defense. The battle experience in the chamber of the 18 bronze figures taught Tang Tian, if you hit the opponent's first punch, don't miss the chance to give him a second punch. Tang Tian noticed that the star spirit snake's cold chi had decreased by a lot. It seemed like this cold fog, the star spirit snake, was not endless. Facing this slash, Tang Tian did not dodge. A wave of energy that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas came, and his entire body flew out horizontally. Ping! Tang Tian's heart trembled, and with a tap of his toes, his body flashed. This light brushed past his body, and the cold aura caused goosebumps to form on Tang Tian's skin. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Tang Tian, who was in mid-air, twisted his waist, and stabilized his body. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the star spirit snake opening its bloody mouth, and like an angry arrow, it whizzed towards him. The fist contained a strong vibrating force, and the penetrating force was extremely strong. This vibration would seep into the opponent's body. Even those bronze people who did not have any senses would be frozen for a short period of time. Bing floated out, and with a glance he had an expression of being used to it. Although the Bud Spirit General's level is low, but they are smart and capable. In a while, give it the spirit nucleus, and it will be able to swallow the spirit nucleus to become stronger. He was now able to cause the air within a radius of 3 feet to vibrate and form a vibrating circle. As long as the opponent was within the vibrating circle, they would be affected. And to Tang Tian, who was an expert in close combat, this was an exceptional method. The bloody mouth opened wide, and the stench of blood rushed straight towards Tang Tian's face. A huge force came through, but Tang Tian's body did not move an inch. Although this slash was sharp, but to the number 11 bronze figure in the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, the force was still lacking. But looking at the motionless star spirit snake on the ground, he heaved a sigh of relief. "All right." Tang Tian then shouted towards Yaya, "The spirit nucleus is for you, the rest is for me." After flying through the air for more than 10 feet, Tang Tian fell heavily onto the ground. After a while, Tang Tian crawled up in a sorry state. Both of his arms were in so much pain that it felt like they were broken. Tang Tian's vision darkened, and with an even faster speed, he flew backwards. The snake's tail was as straight as a sword and slashed diagonally. The star spirit snake was in so much pain that its snake body shrunk and suddenly spat out a cold mist. This cold mist immediately enveloped the snake's body. Tang Tian felt the cold piercing to his bones. This cold mist was actually like needles continuously drilling into his body. Tang Tian's vibrations had already integrated into his various martial techniques. The current moon hand blade was like a piece of violently vibrating sharp blade. Its power was a notch higher. The vacuum ball exploded in the soft stomach of the snake. Most probably the inside of this big fellow would be smashed into pieces. The snake scales flew everywhere, and the snake's body had 3 extremely fine wounds. The shop assistant's expression became even more respectful, and said respectfully, "Please wait for a moment. The shopkeeper will be here soon." Yaya squeaked happily and worked even harder. The battle was short and intense, and his entire body was sore. It was the snake's tail. The star spirit snake did not expect the surrounding air to suddenly vibrate chaotically, and these vibrations passed through the air and into its body. Although the vibrations were not enough to injure it, but it disrupted its rhythm. The star spirit beast was as though it was facing a great enemy. Its body coiled up, the snake head raised, its cold snake eyes staring intently at Tang Tian. "Dang! Vacuum ball!" After recovering his strength, Tang Tian returned to Three Spirits City and casually walked into a material shop. In Tang Tian's left hand, a transparent light ball appeared. At this time, Tang Tian had already rushed close to the star spirit snake. His fist clenched, his true power vibrated. Buzz, the surrounding air immediately became chaotic. At this time, the star spirit beast finally recovered from the shock. With a roar, its entire body bounced up, dragging the snake tail on the ground. It bounced up like a gigantic sword. It slashed vertically. 3 moon hand blades hit the snake's body. Bang! The vacuum ball broke. Hiss! The surrounding mist rushed in crazily. He carefully walked to the front of the star spirit snake. The star spirit snake was not moving. It was already dead. Countless vibrations flew out of his fist and into the star spirit snake's bloody mouth. Although the vibrations had a strong penetrating power, but in this aspect, it was not as good as the crane body energy. But Tang Tian's crane body energy without a higher-level crane-style chi manual against stronger and stronger enemies, the effect was getting weaker and weaker. Tang Tian bared his teeth and shook his arms. Only then did he feel better. The last pounce, the star spirit beast seemed to have used all its strength. The light aura on Tang Tian's body dimmed. After Tang Tian's understanding of vibrations deepened, the vacuum ball became easy to use. This vacuum ball was the size of a bamboo basket, much bigger than before. He was now poor, mainly because he had distributed all the points. Now to buy things, he could only use star rocks and spirit nuclei. Although Uncle Qian had given him many star rocks, but the Shangguan clan had just gotten out of trouble, and their wealth was limited. The snake tail bounced up high, and Tang Tian took the opportunity to get close. Tang Tian suddenly grinned. In midair, facing the snake's mouth, he forcefully twisted his waist and punched. Tang Tian did not say anything. The heavenly dragon energy flowed along his fist and punched the gap between the two parts of the snake's body. Can't we just feed it the ancient martial spirit fragments? Tang Tian asked curiously, "Hey, little snake, you were lucky the last time, but you won't be so lucky today." Tang Tian's left hand was like a big mouth, sucking in the cold air with all its might. The cold mist quickly shrunk, once again revealing Tang Tian and the star spirit snake, and in Tang Tian's left hand, there was an ice ball. Tang Tian stared at the star spirit snake. His eyes did not blink, and his mouth said, "Let's sell this thing first." Bing said, "Anyway, the base is here, you can rest well." He raised his fist to block. Bang! Tang Tian was extremely pleased. Since he had decided to open the tunnel, the first thing Tang Tian thought of was how to break the cold mist of the star spirit snake. Chapter 127. They are just a group of bronze men. Don't tell me, even if you face the bronze men, defeat would make you hate it so much? Bing's tone was obviously gloating. There was no need to be so desperate. He threw away all the complicated thoughts and started to study the circulation route of his true power. He had used the crane body the most and had the deepest understanding. There were some places where he could not explain clearly, but he could feel if it was right or wrong. Tang Tian suddenly thought of something. He remembered that the old man had once said that the crane body of the crane sect had been lost. Could it be, "Why did you have to do this? Why did you have to do this? Let me see if there are any suitable cards." Tang Tian did not have any guilty thoughts. He just looked around curiously. It was his first time seeing such a high-class shop. He did not know that he had already exposed himself as a country bumpkin. He was extremely excited. The treasure card house was indeed powerful. They could even get the spirit cards of the crane sect. They were really powerful. Bing looked at the crazy Tang Tian and was dumbstruck. In his long career as an instructor, he had never seen such a stubborn and crazy person. He could not help but be lost in thought. Bing looked at Tang Tian's face and was in a daze. That ferocious, stubborn, battered, and bruised face. These were the 3 gold grade cards that Jing Hao had taken out when they traded for the training spirit devices at the Crack of Energy. Rank 5 cards, Great Monument Palm, Tan Tue, and Scattering Vortex. Tang Tian did not say a word. He crawled up and started meditating. The shop assistants did not look down on Tang Tian's country bumpkin expression. They were used to seeing the world. The smile on their faces did not change. "May I ask, what type do you need?" Suddenly, a pair of bright eyes lit up in the darkness. The true power in Tang Tian's body surged and rushed straight to his throat. Without thinking, he roared towards the sky. The roar was like the cry of a crane. If he could not even beat these assholes, how could he pass through the passage? That's right, attack. One was gold and one was silver. Furthermore, the crane body energy was famous for being difficult to train. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. But to Tang Tian, the crane body energy was more practical than the heavenly dragon energy. After mastering the vibrations, the sharp crane body energy was obviously more suitable for him than the explosive heavenly dragon energy. As long as he persevered and slowly endured, he would eventually emerge victorious. Everyone who had walked this path had walked out the same way. Your starting point is originally lower than theirs, so the difficulty will be higher than theirs, and you will spend more time than them. This is very normal, very normal. The young man's flame-like eyes entered Bing's eyes. Come, welcome. As expected of a high-end card shop, Sai Lei's broken card shop simply could not be compared to it. The shop assistant was not too surprised to be able to come here. He was definitely not someone who could be dismissed with a normal spirit card. She was very familiar with the cards in the shop and very quickly found the relevant information. Yes, 5 heavenly dragons, a gold card priced at 6 million star coins. It was guaranteed that he could comprehend the heavenly dragon energy. Rank 5 crane-style chi manual. Our shop has one, but it's a silver grade card, and it costs 300,000 star coins. Are there any 5 heavenly dragons, or rank 5 crane-style chi manual? Tang Tian asked. May I know how I can help you? A young lady dressed in a rose, Chong Sam walked over. Tang Tian's idea of buying spirit cards was not a spur-of-the-moment idea. Asshole! Tang Tian looked around, quickly calculating the price of the sofa, the cost of the refreshments, the salary of the beauties, and finally started to worry if he had enough star rocks in his pocket. Back at the base, Tang Tian did not immediately use the card, but meditated to recover his spirit. If he could not even beat these assholes, how could he save Chia? Without saying a word, meditate. How could he? Bang, bang, bang. Tang Tian fell out with a bloody nose and swollen face. With a howl, Tang Tian rushed into the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. Returning from a rewarding journey, Tang Tian went straight to Treasure Card House. Treasure Card House was very eye-catching and easy to find in Three Spirits City. Tang Tian did not spend much effort and entered the shop. Tang Tian came out of the chamber of the 18 bronze figures with a bloody nose and swollen face. His eyes were spitting fire. He excitedly challenged the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, thinking that with the crane body energy, he would be successful. Never did he expect that number 9 would still sit on him. These 2 cards were what Tang Tian needed the most. Regardless if it was the heavenly dragon energy or the crane body energy, they were very practical. The shopkeeper was very familiar with Three Spirits City and said, Treasure Card House, although the price is expensive, there are many good things. The shopkeeper praised. This piece of snakeskin is the best rank 6 snakeskin I have ever seen. It should be a mutated star spirit snake that absorbed an ancient martial spirit fragment. Although the spirit nucleus is not worth much, the quality of the snakeskin is much better than the average star spirit snake. This snakeskin, I am willing to buy it for 300,000 star coins. A pair of snake teeth, 20,000 star coins. A piece of snake tendon, 50,000 star coins. A total of 370,000 star coins. What do you think? Yo, 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 crane body energy, break, break, break. 40 times. Regardless of whether it was in the chamber of the 18 bronze figures or today's battle, he found his weakness true power. He had broken through to the 5th level, and his true power was more vigorous than before, but his other improvements were limited. Great. The shopkeeper was overjoyed and passed a star coin card to Tang Tian. Why don't you go around and find out the prices? My shop is always fair. I only hope that if you have any gains in the future, you will patronize my shop. The shopkeeper carefully looked at every material, but the star spirit snake's skin was the longest. Yaya's cutting technique was perfect. The entire piece of snakeskin was picked up and the fine bronze scales on it rattled. Tang Tian was surprised. The difference between the two prices was huge, but after thinking about it, he understood. Comprehension would vary from person to person, but the route of true power circulation would not change. After trying to circulate it for a few days, Tang Tian realized the comprehension contained in the spirit card was obviously wrong. It was an attack that would not rest until it was captured, filled with a bitter atmosphere. After the transaction, Tang Tian immediately returned to the base. A faint fragrance, quiet and pleasant. There was a velvet sofa, a small tea table with tea and desserts. The tea was still steaming. The smiling shop assistants, the wide-slit cheongsam, all of them were beautiful and moving, but Tang Tian was worried. If they were not careful, the clothes would be ruined. No problem. Tang Tian nodded straightforwardly, took the star coin card, and suddenly asked, "In Three Spirits City, which card shop is more reliable?" An hour later, Tang Tian jumped up, raised his arms and roared, and rushed into the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. 2 hours later, a warm and sweet female voice, filled with familiarity, made people unconsciously let down their guard. For 3 whole days, Tang Tian was in seclusion, training the crane-style chi manual. This brat, does he not know what is discouraged? Does he not know what is depression? Does he not know what is pain? Does he not know what is fatigue? Does he not know what is long in the future? Go and die, you assholes. Asshole, but even if he knew, Tang Tian would not care. Asshole, you are too polite. The shopkeeper bowed, slightly. An hour later, the roar sounded again. Something is wrong. He kept trying, the true power in his body gathering and dispersing, continuously trying to outline the shape of a crane. Tang Tian nodded and cupped his fists towards the shopkeeper. "Thank you very much." Tang Tian jumped up and laughed out loud. I can't even beat these assholes. He did not know why, but he always felt that these experiences had many parts that were very awkward. He had seen arrogant and untamed people, seen crazy and perverted people. All of them finally succeeded in passing the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. But not a single person would use such a desperate stance to attack the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. Sai Lei was shocked by Tang Tian's sudden howl. Her hands trembled, and a part was placed wrongly. She immediately flew into a rage and angrily smashed things. "This idiot! Asshole!" I said, "It's useless. You have to properly experience the staining fall. The vibration is indeed very useful, but borrowing strength to fight strength is also a very high-level technique. Of course, with your current foundation, to understand borrowing strength to fight strength, it is still difficult. But at least there is some hope in this direction." "Never. I want that rank 5 crane-style chi manual." Tang Tian straightforwardly took out half of his family's wealth. When he opened his eyes again, he had recovered to his most perfect state, took out the rank 5 crane-style chi manual spirit card, and poured his true power into it. Immediately, an indescribable feeling floated up from the bottom of his heart, and countless complicated routes appeared in his mind. 20 times. Rank 5 crane body energy. Ha 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 ha. Too powerful. Wah wah wah. I am indeed a godlike young lad. This guy, Bing's face turned pale. Tang Tian was familiar with this state and carefully sorted out the understanding of the spirit card, but very quickly he frowned. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Tian was once again thrown out of the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. Thinking back to the time when he was torturing the bronze mechanical ostrich, Yubao also mentioned this shop. It seemed that this shop, Treasure Card House, was rather reputable. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly turned blood red, his face ferocious, and in his hands were 3 cards, 3 shining gold cards. Too awesome. Such a young lad's face should have a pair of eyes that burned like fire. Tang Tian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was originally not a broad-minded person. To fall into the same pit twice. He already felt that it was humiliating enough to fall into the same pit so many times. This could no longer be described as humiliating. He had never experienced so many failures, and what made it hard for him to accept was that he still could not find a way. 370,000 star coins. This price far exceeded Tang Tian's expectations. He did not say anything and simply said, "Okay." If he could not even beat these assholes, how could he become the strongest martial artist? Under Bing's shocked gaze, Tang Tian did not say anything and used all 3 cards. How could he? Even these assholes could not beat. Tang Tian clenched his teeth. The humiliation that he had accumulated for a long time was ignited, and his remaining rationality was burnt cleanly. Chapter 128. Big Nine roared from time to time, waved his heavy fists, raised his legs to trample, but against the agile Tang Tian, it was useless. Unfortunately, he was entangled by number 1, and all his efforts were in vain. He should have let Big Nine move. That way they would not be able to block his position. Number 9 bronze figure's body was like a large shield firmly protecting his back. He opened his bloodshot eyes wide, his body slightly bent, staring at the bronze figure opposite him without showing any weakness. Suddenly, the multi-handed monster triplets pulled apart, each standing on one side, forming a triangle locking Big Nine's surroundings. And number 1 bronze figure broke away from Tang Tian and jumped out of Big Nine's surroundings. Big Nine hugged his head and squatted. Anyway, his skin was thick, but he did not move at all. Tang Tian licked his lips. In the previous battle, he had already successfully pulled the multi-handed monster triplets into a straight line and took advantage of the situation to get close to number 11, and with a great monument palm infused with the heavenly dragon energy, he directly sent him flying. That's right. Sai Lei did not refute this point. She continued, but look at the other sects when they reach the higher levels, the weapons they have. Star treasures, silver-level star treasures. The martial spirit is already very strong, not to mention the gold level. More importantly, it is even smarter. Onyx Soul's blood meridian's power are also abnormally strong. Those astonishing blood meridians are like a huge treasure trove. Their bodies can be trained to an astonishing level, Clan Union's spirit general style, although their spirit generals are very abnormal but equally strong. Look at the current few mainstream sects. You will realize at the higher levels they all have a common characteristic, more reliance on the martial spirit. He had to think of a way. He had not given up and was trying hard to think of a way. Yes, Sai Lei was very familiar with it. Stark treasure martial spirit. The activation of blood meridians is also closely related to the martial spirit, and the spirit general style is even more so, because no matter if it is the power of the body or the power of the mechanism, there will always be a limit. Only the power of the martial spirit has a wider space. Although sometimes she was arrogant to the point of being annoying, but she had to admit, out of all the geniuses she had seen, she was the most optimistic about Tang Tian. At least, there was one thing: Tang Tian would never complain of being tired. How are these mechanical weapons? Bing's gaze landed on Sai Lei. Staining Fall had improved a lot, but it was still not enough. Sai Lei jumped in fright. She turned around, seeing Bing. She was startled. You don't need to accompany him to train? Tang Tian was stunned. Yes, but I now realize that this problem is not so simple. Sai Lei smiled bitterly. I need to completely digest these technologies before it is possible. This is a huge project. Mechanical weapons can amplify true power and strengthen martial techniques, which also means that it needs to be able to withstand true power. But high-level true power had a strong destructive power, and normal materials were unable to withstand it. I have analyzed these Southern Cross bronzes. The true power they can withstand can at most reach the 8th level. True power above the 9th level is unbearable. Sai Lei spoke frankly with assurance. What was this guy doing? Sai Lei muttered, it should be able to handle low-level and mid-level battles, but it won't be suitable for high-level battles. The scattering vortex was indeed very useful. If he could move a little faster and create more whirlpools, he could form a group of whirlpools and pull the opponent's body. As long as the opponent revealed an opening, he could use the Great Monument Palm to finish him off. Bing declined to comment. These mechanical weapons are just ordinary standard equipment and are given to ordinary soldiers. The mechanical weapons used by experts will not have a situation where they cannot withstand true power. Tang Tian's ears were filled with his own bellows panting, and the bronze man in front of him swayed in his vision. The continuous battles caused his spirit to be extremely fatigued, but he did not give up. Out of nowhere, a stab suddenly appeared from Big Nine's crotch, like a venomous snake in the shadows, giving a fatal blow. Most of his methods failed, but there were some methods that allowed him to see hope of success. The attacks whistled like raindrops, and Tang Tian hurriedly dodged, battered and exhausted. Bronze Man No. 9's huge body was like a puppet being pulled by strings, swaying left and right. When he retreated out of the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, he gritted his teeth. Damn 11! Tang Tian summed up the gains and losses in his heart. He was suppressing a bellyful of anger, but he also knew that his strength was not enough, and just relying on courage would not be able to defeat these bastards. Tang Tian hid in the shadow of Bronze Man No. 9, his left hand holding onto countless fine vibrating patterns, and the 5 fingers of his right hand flicked at an astonishing speed. One after another small vortex flew out from his fingers, continuously flying into the corners of the Bronze Man No. 9's body. This was the experience and knowledge that Tang Tian had gained after a continuous 122 attacks. He was starting to get used to fighting in such an extreme environment. Regardless of whether it was Tan Tue Sen Shou, Great Monument Palm, Tyrant's Angry Finger, etc., the martial techniques were as smooth as flowing water, so fast that he did not even need to think. Bronze Man No. 1 had great strength and was good at close combat, but with other bronze men around, it would be affected instead. Bing finally revealed an interested expression. What do you mean? What progress do you have? Suddenly, Bing's voice came from behind her. Very good. The Southern Cross Army is indeed the peak of the mechanical techniques era. These mechanical weapons have many mechanical techniques, which have now been lost, are very exquisite. Sai Lei was beaming with joy. Look at these joints. The joints now are made even more exquisite, but in terms of performance, they are far from being as practical as these joints. Tan Tue was wide open. The leg was like an axe chopping, very domineering, mixing with the crane body energy. It should be able to become sharp. The freed hands could use the vibrating circles to disturb the opponent. It was very difficult to coordinate the two martial techniques, but if it could be done, it should be very powerful. Other than strength and weight, the Bronze Man No. 9 did not have any other strong points, and its reaction was very slow. But what a hot-blooded young man. Great Monument Palm was very powerful, but its attack speed was slow, suitable for finishing, not suitable for a high-tempo chaotic battle. He could consider mixing with the Heavenly Dragon energy. This way, against a skinny bronze man like the Bronze Man No. 11, it could have the effect of sending him flying. Suddenly, his figure froze. Thinking about the martial spirit contract she had signed with Tang Tian, she felt that it would be best if her expectations could be realized. Her fate was tied together with this fellow. No need. Bing shook his head. Thinking about Tang Tian's training these few days, he felt that there was indeed no need. At the start, he still wanted to give pointers to Tang Tian as the chief instructor of the army. His analysis of battles had his own unique points. But very quickly, he realized Tang Tian was continuously trying out new methods. The other bronze men no longer rushed forward, but stuck in their positions, ping, ping, pang, pang. The weapons in their hands smashed towards Big Nine. Again, Sai Lei muttered to himself, and then directly ignored Bing, minding his own business, and starting to attack. The rhythm of the vibrating, if it could be changed, then the effect of the interference should be even more outstanding. The bronze man number 11 was a big problem. His sword techniques were superb. His thrusts were especially accurate, always able to find a flaw in the chaotic battle, and kill with one strike. Tang Tian had fallen under this fellow's sword a few times, but Tang Tian also realized, as long as he could close the distance, close combat, the power of the bronze man number 11 would decrease sharply. Tang Tian's face changed. He immediately understood. Upon talking about the mechanical weapons, Sai Lei's spirit was immediately roused. In this dark place, she had been addicted to these mechanical weapons for so long. Finally being able to find a like-minded person to talk to, she immediately brought up the topic. Using the scattering vortex to stick to the opponent's body was the best shield. Again, Sai Lei understood and immediately became excited. This is very simple. Let me think. What style should I change to? It must be flashy. I have an idea. Intuition, instinct. Although the majority of the methods, with one look, he could see that they would definitely fail, but he did not say anything to interfere. Tang Tian's body froze. His sword was pierced. Tang Tian clenched his teeth. His legs fiercely stomped on the ground. His body was like an arrow rushing straight towards the bronze men. Sai Lei's mouth could not help but reveal a knowing smile. Tang Tian was the most unique person she had met in so many years. He never concealed his ambition. He was always so confident. Oh, the bronze man number 9 is an exceptional big shield. What's the matter? Sai Lei asked. Again, relying more on the martial spirit, Bing revealed a pondering expression. Scattering vortex in a small area, it was very useful. Its power was not considered strong, but it was fast, one whirlpool after another. It was very useful in a chaotic battle. The weakness was that it could not kill in one hit. It could only be used for a stalemate. The last attack was to use the Great Monument Palm. This combination could be tried. Failure for 5, 6, the multi-handed monster triplets. They definitely could not let the 3 of them occupy different positions. It was best to pull the 3 of them in a straight line. This had to be thought of. Don't rush, take it slow. Bing was rather patient. He thought of another matter. Oh, right, I have something to ask of you. The 122nd time, Bing did not disturb. In his eyes, the mechanical engineer's appearance was normal. Who? Bing's eyes flashed a look of shock. Shua. His figure suddenly disappeared. Hearing these praises, Bing's face did not reveal the slightest bit of happiness, but frowned. Then do you think these mechanical weapons, can they adapt to the current battle? There were many obedient warriors, but very few who could think, and in his career as an instructor, those warriors who were good at thinking, in the end, did not have low achievements. Number 11 was too sinister. I must first find a chance to get rid of him. I must try to reduce the number of enemies I have to face. The 193rd time. Please modify a bronze mechanical ostrich. Bing explained. The antiques of the Southern Cross Army are still too eye-catching. I hope you can modify it to suit the current style and not remind people of the Southern Cross Army. On the contrary, Tang Tian always borrowed the strength of Big Nine, using the scattering vortex to lead, trying to make Big Nine lose its balance. Sai Lei was a little surprised. Tang Tian had not come out for a few days. Just that every once in a while there would be a roar and roar coming from where Tang Tian was training. In this kind of chaotic battle, even the most exquisite footwork was useless. To make use of the opponent's body was the most crucial point. Tang Tian's expression was extremely focused. His valiant intuition was displayed to the extreme. Tang Tian's own ideas and him pointing out the problem. Both were completely different for growth. Bing knew this quality of continuous thinking was very valuable. The 156th time. This group of assholes. I understand. Bing was enlightened. Fused the mechanical technique with the martial spirit. Chapter 129. Tang Tian's move just now was purposely baiting number 11 to make a mistake. Number 11 was the most sinister and dangerous, and was the first one that Tang Tian needed to eliminate. Sai Lei snorted and turned to do her own thing. Compared to the previous few times, Tang Tian's speed was much slower, but if one looked closely, one would realize that his rhythm had changed and became even harder to grasp. Looking at the bronze men, lying all over the floor, Tang Tian was dumbstruck as though he could not believe his own eyes. "Qi, are you sure you did not go the wrong way?" Tang Tian asked Bing. Such an important battle, and he actually did not see it. Who, after being taught for a total of 293 battles, he finally relaxed. Fatigue and exhaustion were like a tide, quietly creeping in. He forced his eyelids open, but for some reason, his eyelids became heavier, and the world in front of him was shrouded in darkness. Tang Tian's mind trembled, and all his complacency disappeared. He laughed. "Aha, no rush, no rush. Let's first find Chia. Find Chia. Then we can start. There will be plenty of time. There will be plenty of time." He was beside Big Nine. Like a butterfly flying through flowers, he did not look fast, but those weapons were always a few millimeters away, brushing past his body and landing on empty air. Suddenly, his waist was like a soft straw, lightly swinging to the left, and then with an even faster speed, he dodged to the right. But the surrounding air suddenly trembled. Number One's fist power immediately stagnated, and Tang Tian's great monument palm was like a huge monument crashing into Number One's fist. "Don't forget about the matter of you killing Kong Yulin. The Southern Cross Army's things are too eye-catching." Bing reminded, "I got Sai Lei to modify one for you." "Uncle, let's go," Tang Tian shouted, and urged Flamingo to rush out. Breakthrough of the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. Bing quietly looked at Tang Tian. His heart could not calm down for a long time. "Wah, good. Dong." Bing floated in like a ghost. That painted poker face said, "Yo, the young man is awake." To be able to break through the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. "I'm very surprised." When Bing opened the chamber of the 18 bronze figures, he never thought that Tang Tian would pass. He just wanted to give Tang Tian more pressure, so that Tang Tian could grow faster. His sleeping face was covered in bruises, and his face was beyond recognition. His clothes were torn and tattered, and his exposed skin was covered in wounds. As Big Joe's body crashed to the ground, only Tang Tian was left standing. Without another word, Tang Tian jumped onto Flamingo's back. Flamingo was like a gust of wind as it began to run around the training grounds. "Ha ha ha ha, bastard, I did it." Tang Tian didn't pay attention to Number One, who was pouncing towards him. Scattering vortex caused Big Nine to stagger. Boom! Big Nine stepped on a bronze man. Number One wasn't prepared for Big Nine's movements and hurriedly stopped his body. "I did it." If anyone wanted to talk about training with him now, he would puke. Sai Lei's eyes flickered with electricity. His killing intent was overflowing. "Are you insulting my work? Young man, if you don't know what's good, then shut up." Compared to the bronze mechanical ostrich, it is even more outstanding. Its weight is only a third of the bronze mechanical ostrich, which means that its energy consumption is only a third of the bronze mechanical ostrich. Its speed, compared to the bronze mechanical ostrich, is not any slower, and the key is that its short-distance sprinting speed is comparable to a rank 6 light body technique. Taking advantage of the gap, when Big Joe stabilized his body, he suddenly appeared in front of number 1 and used a great monument palm. Tang Tian was like a ghost, appearing beside number 4 out of thin air. Taking a deep breath, his true power surged, and his palm shook, causing number 4 to subconsciously block. His 2 legs were like 2 shiny heavy axes, alternating and swinging. So powerful. Tang Tian was intimidated, but he didn't believe it. The mount in front of him suddenly shrunk. The bronze mechanical ostrich's body was taller than Tang Tian, and its 2 bird legs were extremely thick. But in front of him was an ostrich that was about to starve to death, as thin as a match, and only half the height of the bronze mechanical ostrich. Its 2 bird legs were as thin as a reed stick. Number 293. Number 4 seemed to be hit by 2 heavy cannons and flew out in a straight line. Coincidentally, number 5 and number 6 were in the same line and immediately rolled into a ball like a gourd on the ground. Won't you know once you try? Young man. Sai Lei said proudly. Bing smiled and nodded. That's right. The food that Tang Tian brought with him were all non-perishable dry rations. At this moment, he didn't care about the taste and ate and drank like crazy. The sharp Tan Tue did not use the crane body energy, but the heavenly dragon energy this time. Eat, eat, eat. There's actually nothing left. Tang Tian touched his belly, as if he hadn't had enough. His belly was obviously round. Number 9's position was constantly changing, and the other bronze men could only follow suit. Tang Tian suddenly shot up from number 9's feet like a ghost, and coincidentally, the triplets were in a straight line. Bing, we've already wasted a lot of time. We need to hurry. Tang Tian quickly changed the topic. Let's start opening the passageway now. Then let's do it. Surprisingly, Bing didn't mock Tang Tian, but turned and walked out. Oh, right, I've prepared a new mount for you. 293 rounds, almost 300 rounds. Even if he ate 300 buns consecutively, he would still vomit. Wahahaha. That's right, Uncle, you're such a short-sighted fellow. How can you understand the limitless potential of this godlike young man? Tang Tian wasn't the least bit modest, and with a face full of pride, he laughed with his hands on his hips. Number 1's body trembled. Following that, his tone changed. He squinted his eyes, imitating the demeanor of an expert, lowered his voice, and said in a low, muffled voice, "My big axe is hungry and thirsty. Are you sure this thing won't collapse when I sit on it? Oh my God, which ostrich is so skinny?" Tang Tian's face darkened. That crazy woman must be bearing a grudge for what happened in the past and is purposely tormenting me. Bing's mouth curled into an arc. Are you sure you've rested well? Tang Tian actually finished all the rations in the Aquarius Marshall cabinet in one breath. How did this fellow, when Tang Tian, who was following behind Bing, stopped, and with a stupefied face, he pointed to a place not far away. Is that the thing over there? Number 1 did not back down, and brazenly exchanged blows with him. But this fellow actually passed the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. Tan Tue that was infused with the crane body energy was like 2 extremely sharp, heavy axes, and Tan Tue that was infused with the heavenly dragon energy was like 2 heavy cannon hammers. Tang Tian's 2 legs did not hold back, and gave it his all. Seems a little tired. The tip of a sword suddenly brushed past Tang Tian's waist. Tang Tian fell to the ground facing the sky, and after a few seconds his snores shook the sky, and his stomach rose and fell rhythmically. Tang Tian once again shrunk back into Big Nine's shadow. Very quickly, Tang Tian rushed to the place where he met the star spirit snake, but there was nothing there. Of course. Tang Tian patted his own chest. I'll definitely recover, completely. Godlike young lad, full of energy. Come, let us open the Southern Cross constellation passage. 293 rounds. Pa! The tip of his leg hit the sword body, and the crane body energy that had been waiting for a long time gushed out, as sharp as a bird's beak. Just a little sleepy, Tang Tian's figure shrunk and returned to number 9's side, and used the scattering vortex, causing Big Nine's body to lean backwards. In Tang Tian's ears, there was only his own heavy breathing, and the spacious chamber of the 18 bronze figures was extremely quiet. When Bing rushed over, he saw Tang Tian sleeping soundly, saliva flowing out from the corner of his mouth, forming a crystal-clear line. He did not care about his image, and was like a tired child, sleeping soundly. Beneath his feet, the bronze figures were scattered everywhere. Some of the bronze figures had their joints bent, and some of the bronze figures had their parts scattered everywhere. In the spacious chamber of the 18 bronze figures, Tang Tian's triumphant declaration resounded. Tang Tian seemed to have predicted it, and his right leg shot out like a poisonous snake, hiss bringing along a dazzling light blade. Tang Tian remembered when Bing mentioned the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. It was the most painful training in the recruit training camp, and the chamber of the 18 bronze figures could only enter the top 3. This meant there were at least 2 other training methods, and were definitely not inferior to the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. Number 11's frail body trembled, as if he was struck by lightning, and flew out. Surrounding number 9's huge body, he perfectly controlled number 9's body, and from time to time, a bronze figure would be hit by the great monument palm and fly out. Bang, bang. His eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, it's here, look there. This rock pass. Go through. Tang Tian groaned. This palm, he used all his strength, but he did not retreat, and instead advanced. His 2 legs drew out 2 sharp light blades. Ping, ping, pu, it entered number 1's joints, and number 1's 2 elbows flew out. An unfriendly voice sounded from behind Tang Tian. This is Flamingo. Tang Tian's spirit was lifted, and he hurriedly went through the rock pass. After a few turns, and walking for about an hour, a starry door appeared in front of the 2 of them. Tang Tian urged Flamingo to run, and shouted. He quickly fell in love with Flamingo. Flamingo was indeed outstanding. Its steps were much lighter than the bronze mechanical ostrich, almost silent, without the slightest rumbling sound of the bronze mechanical ostrich. What made Tang Tian even crazier was that it was actually red, but so tired. No, it was to occupy the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. A new mount? Tang Tian was stunned. Little ostrich is pretty good. How could a godlike young man be tired? The figures around him became lesser and lesser. Tang Tian jumped to the side of the bronze figures and said proudly, "Ha! I've said it before. I will definitely defeat you bunch of bastards. Ha 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 ha! I am indeed a godlike young man. I actually did it." When Tang Tian woke up, he immediately felt hungry and thirsty, his limbs were weak, and his eyes glowed green. He hurriedly found food from the Aquarius Marshall cabinet and rushed to the side of the pond like a gust of wind, and squatted beside the bronze waterway and gulped it down. Bing pointed the way, and the 2 of them advanced carefully. But what the 2 of them did not expect was, along the way, they actually did not meet a single star spirit beast. Thinking about this, Tang Tian's scalp went numb. Although the injuries received in the chamber of the 18 bronze figures were not fatal, but the pain would not lessen. But on Tang Tian's face, there was not a hint of pain. His face was brimming with a baby's satisfied smile, and his wide, open mouth followed the rhythm of his snoring. Bing smiled. That's right. Then let us start a new challenge. A young man should continuously challenge. Only then can his unlimited potential be stimulated. Bing was slightly uncertain. It must be this way. That path is very hidden. The chamber of the 18 bronze figures was already so terrifying. Other challenges, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment filled every cell in his body, and his bloodshot eyes looked at his own palms in shock. But very quickly, The shock turned into uncontrollable ecstasy. Chapter 130. He looked as though he was asleep, floating on the water, following the flow of the current. Tang Tian's heart moved. He heard these people talking about blood meridians. In his memory, the only thing that could be related to blood meridians was onyx soul. Asshole! I want you to understand how horrible it is to anger this godlike young man. This was just the beginning. Tang Tian completely did not expect, just after passing through the starry door, what awaited him was actually an extremely fast-flowing river. He did not even have time to react, and was washed far away by the river. In a daze, his entire body actually fell into the air. Bing asked back, "Do you think I would know?" The most conspicuous was a middle-aged man with a knife scar on his face. His entire body was surrounded by killing intent. A few drops of blood flowed along his palm, dripping into the mud. "We can't enter the martial spirit chamber." Bing spread his hands with a face of innocence. "It is very possible that when we passed through the starry door yesterday, it affected the martial spirit chamber. The entrance of the martial spirit chamber is now in complete chaos. As for the reason, I have not figured it out yet. Seems like the connection between the starry door and the army is deeper than what I thought." Gulu sat up straight, stepped on the water surface, and looked around. Stepping on water without sinking to him now was extremely simple. "Does anyone have a star map? Can you sell me one?" Tang Tian looked at everyone anxiously. Phylan star. Tang Tian was very sure. He had never heard of this star's name, and could only bite the bullet and ask, "Which constellation does it belong to? Who could it be?" Tang Tian asked as he flew. Tang Tian's heart was secretly in awe. He tried his best to walk lightly and held his breath, but did not expect to be detected. Bing suddenly drilled into Tang Tian's body and said softly, "Be careful." This meant they were trapped on this planet. Only he was left. It doesn't belong to any constellation. The middle-aged man casually said, "It belongs to Onyx Soul." Not being able to enter the martial spirit chamber meant the passage to Three Spirits City was closed. "Night Forest," a guard casually said. The two of them exclaimed at the same time and looked at each other, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. If there were people around, it meant that they would know where they were. Suddenly, the middle-aged man seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." A strong sense of loneliness welled up in his heart. Everything related to him had already been annihilated and scattered in the wind. Even those memories would gradually fade in color, turning into black and white, gradually settling in his heart. If looks could kill, Bing's body would have been riddled with holes, and he would have died 100 times. Bing's gaze landed on Tang Tian, who had his eyes closed, and suddenly thought, if this fellow was not meditating, he would definitely be making a ruckus now. The corner of his mouth involuntarily curled into an arc. Fortunately, this fellow was quite a bastard, so he wouldn't be too cold. The two of them stood on the surface of the river, ready to fight. Waterfall. Tang Tian and Bing rushed towards the source of the sound at the same time. Tang Tian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth and said, "A certain elder of the army, a responsible young man, should not have such an attitude." "Women." Bing's hearing was even sharper. "There are sounds of fighting. Young lad, be careful not to get beaten up." "Uncle, you better take care of yourself. You're so old that your teeth are about to fall off. Don't be jealous of this godlike young lad." Tang Tian, who was sprinting, heard this and glared angrily. The majestic waterfall rumbled loudly. Even though they were far away, they could still feel its astonishing power. Bing turned his head and looked behind him. Everything happened too fast, so fast that he could not react in time. Did not activate his blood meridians. The nightmare did not seem to be ending. Everyone's face was filled with surprise. The guards all started to laugh softly. Even the middle-aged man was surprised. I never thought that I would actually meet someone who has not activated his blood meridians here." Bing's expression revealed a rarely seen awkwardness. Even he himself was slightly embarrassed by this blunder, but he quickly found an excuse for himself. You know, the starry door can change. But this kind of starry door that only changes half. It is also my first time seeing it. Falling from the top of the 300 tall waterfall into the river below, even with Tang Tian's strong body, he was still on the verge of vomiting blood. All the bones in his body were about to fall apart, and his mind was blank. No one bothered about Tang Tian, but the young lady in the middle of the guards looked at Tang Tian curiously. "You think I will feel guilty?" Bing replied with a face of mockery. The haze in his heart dissipated by a lot. He raised his eyebrows. "You should be glad that it is not a waste planet. If not, you can just wait to eat the dust. And let me tell you a piece of bad news. This is the familiarity of the army's elder level members with the army's encampment." Tang Tian's face was gloomy. He stared at Bing with an unkind expression. The starry door outside of Three Spirits City was exactly the same as before. Its position and size did not change at all. This made him ecstatic. He thought that he could return to his old place. Who knew that the other side of the starry door had changed beyond recognition? His entire body was drenched. He was in a sorry state. He laid on the surface of the water like a wooden plank. One of the skinny and weak-looking guards had a flash of red light in his eyes. 5th level! He did not activate his blood meridians. In a clearing in the dense forest, there was an intense battle. The ground was littered with corpses. It was a complete mess. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Their gazes all gathered on Tang Tian. The guards beside the young lady immediately acted as though they were facing a great enemy. They protected the young lady in the middle. "There's someone here." "All right. Seems like relying on myself is more reliable." Tang Tian closed his eyes. He revolved his true power. Unknowingly, he entered a meditative state. In front of him was a dense forest. The dense treetops formed a green sea of trees. Tang Tian spread his arms. Like a big bird, he stepped on the sea of trees and flew. "Unless there's someone here." Tang Tian waved his hand. "I don't know either. When I stepped through the starry door, I was rushed into the river. Suddenly, I fell down the waterfall. I have no idea where I am." But in his heart, he had mixed feelings. His companions had withered. The Overlord had been annihilated. The world had changed. Even the starry door had been turned upside down. Bailey nodded in response. He began to clean up the battlefield. "Bailey, clean up." He ordered one of the guards. Which planet is that?" Tang Tian could only ask more directly, although it was not Bing's fault, but his attitude. All of a sudden, everyone burst into laughter. Bailey sneered. "Brat, don't tell me you still want to leave Phylan's star? Stop dreaming. Since when can an idiot who has not activated his blood meridians leave Phylan's star?" Suddenly, a faint cry of surprise entered their ears from afar. Tang Tian opened his eyes. His black pupils flashed with a light aura that could captivate people's souls. His body had completely recovered. This time, the time spent in meditation was much longer than usual. As he had guessed, it was related to Onyx Soul. But Tang Tian was not the least bit pleased. He did not know what constellation Phylan belonged to, so he could not confirm his position. Seeing that it was a young man, the guards relaxed. Only the middle-aged man did not relax. Without turning his head, he shouted, "Shan Chun!" 5 to 6 people were protecting a young lady. She was dressed luxuriously. She had a noble temperament. One look, and you could tell that she was not an ordinary person. The guards beside her were all experienced, and their expressions were calm and fierce. It was as though he was sitting on a roller coaster before he could even regain his senses. he was once again swept out by the river. It was another waterfall, another 30 m free fall. The pitiful Tang Tian almost fainted the moment he touched the water surface. After flying for about 10 minutes, Tang Tian found his target. Bing snorted. He did not look remorseful. You also know about the elders. This is the attitude of the elders. Young man, you are the young man. Be humble and patient. Respect the old and love the young. Young man, you still have a long way to go. Tang Tian fell for a total of 6 times. Not only that, he was hit by the rocks along the way. His whole body was injured. Even his internal organs were injured because of the strong vibrations. Tang Tian was speechless. He looked at the sky. What planet is this? The two of them scolded each other with all their might. Their speed was not affected at all. Tang Tian was like a runaway wild horse. Bing calmly followed behind Tang Tian. Seeing that everyone had let down their guard, Tang Tian put on a harmless expression. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm lost here. I want to ask, what is this place? Don't tell me there's a star door in dark forest. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. There were no flaws in Tang Tian's words. He raised his head and glanced at Tang Tian. This is Phylan's star. He did not even have the strength to stand up. He flew across the surface of the water. After reaching the shore, he flew up to the treetops. Tang Tian raised both of his arms. He walked out of the forest and shouted, "Don't fight. I have no ill intentions. You are an idiot who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You can't even pass the recruit training camp. I've seen many of you. I'll let you find your teeth on the floor with just one hand." Bing was a little surprised to be able to enter meditation so quickly under such circumstances. Tang Tian's improvement surprised him. He observed the surroundings and the bottom of the water. He did not discover any threats. Bing felt innocent. Bing sneered. He did not show any weakness. He retorted, "Young man, don't think that you are so great just because you passed the chamber of the 18 bronze figures. In front of the chief military officer, there is no fun in that place. Jealous? Hee hee, I can't help it. A newbie who didn't even pass the recruit training camp. I can't be at ease." Bing spoke quickly. Tang Tian was confused. What did leaving a planet have to do with blood meridians? The next day, Tang Tian flew into a rage. He squatted down and was about to pounce on Bing. "You old bastard!" This feeling was terrible. The middle-aged man said, "Which starry door did you come from? What the hell is this place?" As Bing expected, Tang Tian recovered. He immediately shouted, "Wow, this waterfall is so big. How can we rush up? Hey, uncle, say something. This was caused by you. Don't you have any guilt?" Chapter 131. Tang Tian grinned and tried to make his smile look friendly. "Hello, I'm Tang Tian." Mu Lei had been secretly observing Tang Tian. Mu Lei noticed the miss's emotions and said, "It's dangerous to venture out. You can lose your life at any time." "Maybe you're right." Tang Tian suddenly kept his smile and said seriously, "But there are some sceneries, some things that you will think of ways to see. And do. If you don't, you will regret it for the rest of your life." The pale masked man turned his face, looked at Tang Tian's direction, shook his arms, and disappeared into the forest like an owl. Tang Tian swallowed his saliva with difficulty and looked at the field. It was Tang Tian's first time watching someone else's battle, and he felt a chill in his heart. Finally, before the night fell, a white ravine appeared in front of everyone. He was like an agile cheetah suddenly leaping towards Gu Shui. "Uncle Mu Lei, you don't have to worry about me." The young lady was obedient and said, "I'm in the top 3 in school." Qi, the swordsman in front of him, had unleashed the power of his stab to the fullest. Even Mu Lei revealed a smile. The White Ravine was very close to Black Mountain City, and there were many martial artists around. The opponent would definitely not dare to set up an ambush here. All the hairs on Tang Tian's body stood up. "Let's go." Mu Lei displayed his swift and decisive style. A jet-black aura pierced through the snow. Such a terrifying swordsman. The black-robed swordsman's figure flashed and easily retreated from the battlefield. "Lad, we're going to Black Mountain City. If you're willing to follow us, then follow us." The middle-aged man looked at Tang Tian and said solemnly, "But I have to remind you, our journey is not very safe. You have to take care of yourself. If you're in danger, no one will save you." The middle-aged man turned his face and said to the young lady apologetically, "Miss, you'll have to work hard." A soft gasp of surprise floated in the air like a wisp of smoke. Bai Ding was looked down upon everywhere. Tang Tian was stunned and shook his head. "I don't regret it. Although it was hard, I learned a lot and did what I wanted to do. I was very happy." Suddenly, Tang Tian felt a sense of danger. Mu Lei was displeased. He glanced at Tang Tian and said, "Boy, how many places have you been to?" How many things had he experienced? The outside world is more complicated than you can imagine. For example, just now, if it were another group of people, you would already be dead. So strong, a black-clothed swordsman, wearing a deathly white mask, his entire body wrapped in black clothes, held an incomparably slender rapier in his hand. Every time he stabbed out, Mu Lei would be flustered. "Yeah, there's still one more year before you graduate. I really envy you. You're so young, but you can already go out and explore the world." Gu Shue's eyes lit up. Tang Tian was dumbstruck as he listened. So powerful. The group shuttled through the dense forest. Clang. "Very good." The middle-aged man didn't talk nonsense and said loudly, "Pack up and get ready to move. We have to get to the white water ditch before it gets dark. Hurry up." Mu Lei's roar and the guard's roar didn't make Tang Tian feel safe at all. That misty whisper seemed to explode in Tang Tian's ears. The tip of the rapier was cold like a snake's tongue. It smashed her head ornament and flew dangerously past her scalp. She didn't have time to react. She felt dizzy and rolled on the ground. Tang Tian and Gu Shue chatted the most. It could be seen that Gu Shue was very interested in his adventures. But Mu Lei's warning just now made Tang Tian tactfully try not to talk about such matters. Tang Tian didn't refute. He just made a face at Gu Shue. Almost at the same time, Tang Tian sensed danger. He slammed his right palm on the ground and used this force to dodge to the side. He was quite satisfied with Miss's performance. They were already used to the tiredness of the journey. However, he didn't expect that the delicate Miss didn't complain at all and didn't cause them any trouble. Everyone saw it in their eyes, and in their hearts, they were all very respectful to the young Miss. The black-clothed swordsman's figure was erratic and unpredictable. Every movement looked soft and powerless. Even when he brandished his sword and stabbed, there was no sound at all. It was as light as a feather, but it was these feathery thrusts that made Mu Lei and the others flustered. Tang Tian also asked a lot about Phylan's star. Then Tang Tian finally understood why others laughed when he said he wanted to leave Phylan's star. However, the one who had the upper hand was the black-clothed swordsman. Tang Tian took the opportunity to run forward with Gu Shue in his arms. He only stopped after running for a few feet. His intuition was extremely sharp. The black-clothed swordsman's glance before he left was directed at him. Tang Tian felt a chill in his heart. Hearing this, the others were suddenly embarrassed. He couldn't figure out Tang Tian's background, but someone who could enter Phylan's star without knowing about the Stargate couldn't be that simple. For the current Gu family, an unexpected variable was a good thing. Gu Shui was startled when she heard this. Her thoughts drifted away uncontrollably. She murmured, "That's great." The black-clothed swordsman was like a black fog in the night, impossible to guard against and unpredictable. Without thinking, Tang Tian kicked the ground with his right leg and leaped forward with Gu Shui in his arms. His left leg that was infused with the heavenly dragon energy struck the snow sand. Bang! Countless snow sand exploded behind him like a snow screen. It was only then that Tang Tian regained his senses. Fear welled up in his heart. His limbs were weak, his heart was thumping hard, and his face was pale. He had just brushed shoulders with the god of death, and he almost lost his life. Although Mu Lei had reminded them before, the others were still disdainful of Tang Tian. Being at the 5th level at such a young age sounded good, but in Black Mountain City, any youngster with a bit of fame could do it. And these youngsters usually had 2 or 3 blood meridians activated. The group of people were extremely fast as they shuttled through the forest. These guards were experienced. They knew where to camp and how to avoid the star spirit beasts. This was an eye-opener for Tang Tian. On the contrary, the young miss was curious about Tang Tian. She had never seen an outsider before. "Hello, I'm Gu Shui." Tang Tian and Gu Shui could feel the change in the atmosphere. The two of them stopped talking and focused. Tang Tian was even more vigilant. He could feel the danger. Mu Lei, who had been observing Tang Tian in the dark, was surprised. Tang Tian's sharpness was something he could see. She screamed in fright, "I can take care of myself." Tang Tian raised his hand. Tang Tian shook his head. "Roaming the world is tough." Tang Tian laughed. "Do you regret it?" Gu Shui asked. Tang Tian was speechless. It was his first time seeing such a style of swordsman. It was also his first time seeing such a rapier. This type of rapier did not have a sharpened edge. It only had one function, and that was to stab. What made Tang Tian even more surprised was that Gu Shui and Mu Lei's attitude towards the Honorable Martial Alliance was extremely indifferent. Of course, this was just Tang Tian's feeling. After all, he did not dare to flaunt his identity as an Honorable Martial Alliance member. Tang Tian muttered to himself. Having just experienced 293 battles, Tang Tian's reaction was almost instinctive. He hoped that this would disrupt the opponent's vision. Suddenly, the black-robed swordsman swung his sword a few times. The rapier drew a few black lines in the air. Dang, dang, dang. Mu Lei and the rest felt their hands heating up. An astonishing power was transmitted through, and they could not help but retreat a few steps. Tang Tian's pounce was extremely fast. He carried Gu Shui, and like a rolling gourd, he rushed into the snow-white sand of the white gutter. Mu Lei roared again and again. His palms were glowing with silver light. His whole body was surrounded by light, and he looked like a god of war who had descended to the world. His moves were bold and powerful, and extraordinary. The strength of the other guards was also quite extraordinary. They were close to the strength of Liang Qiu and the rest. Gu Shui pursed her lips. "It's safest to lie at home and sleep every day. Don't chase." Mu Lei suddenly shouted. There was a trace of horror on his face. The other guards, at this time, plopped down on the ground. Everyone's face was filled with the expression of having survived a disaster. Mu Lei's eyes showed a gratified expression. He just nodded and did not say anything. Gu Shui covered her mouth and chuckled. These quotas had become the most intense competition in the entire Phylan Star. Gu Shui could see that Tang Tian was interested in the white gutter. She explained, "The snow-white stuff in the white gutter is a type of snow sand. It's useless, but wild beasts and star spirit beasts do not like it. So there are people who sell it here to the city. Everyone scatters it around the perimeter of the walls to prevent mosquitoes and ants. Tang Tian, curiously, went to the front of the gutter. It was his first time seeing such a peculiar gutter. The soil inside the gutter was actually as white as snow. Casually touching it, it felt like snow salt. We're finally at the white gutter. Gu Shui heaved a sigh of relief. We're at the white gutter. It's not far from the Black Mountain City. Star spirit beasts will not go near the white gutter. He had always thought that to enter and exit the star, as long as you had enough money, you could go and leave whenever you wanted. To Tang Tian, this was not good news. The sky gradually darkened. Everyone's face became serious. They increased their speed. Enough, Abai Li. Are you done with your work? The middle-aged man turned his head and scolded. He's not from Onyx Soul. It's normal that he has not activated his blood meridians. 5th level of power. At his age, it's already not bad. Out of all of you, which one of you can be as old as him and have 5th level of power? Mulei's heart moved. He snorted. Naive. A deafening collision sound came from behind Tang Tian. At the same time, Mulei roared. No. Tang Tian shook his head. You've left school for more than half a year. Are you still in school? This small gutter was very special. It was about 3 m wide. The soil outside the gutter was black, but the soil inside the gutter was snow white. It was extremely eye-catching. Gu Shui felt her vision darken. A figure covered her vision. Before she could react, she was pushed down by Tang Tian. Tang Tian, are you still in school? Gu Shui had a pair of beautiful brown eyes and snow-white skin. Her nose bridge was high. Her facial features were deep, and her figure was tall. Phylan's star was not considered strong among the many planets under the jurisdiction of Onyx Soul. There were strict rules. Leaving Phylan's star had many strict restrictions. But the biggest restriction was the number of people who could leave. Although the guards maintained their vigilance, they could not help but relax. After the battle and the long journey, they were extremely tired. An extremely fine sound pierced through the air. An almost undetectable force swept past Tang Tian's face. It quietly left a finger-sized hole on the ground.